Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Can I kindly invite you to take your seats so we'll be able to start the day 2 of the NM 2024 User Forum. The first slot of the morning today, it's about realistic schedules, including turnaround times. As you observed yesterday, our schedule was slightly unrealistic. We had some delays. I know there are still traveling issues from the center Brussels up here because of the farm protests. So we'll start gently. I think some of you have been already visiting the ops room with Stephen. So at the next coffee break, I'll lead another tour together with Inge, and also at the lunchtime at 1 to 1:30, I'm leading another tour with Marie this time for the NMOC. So I think there are still possible swapping slots if you want to visit. So make sure you have to register at the desk where Guido and Natalie and the rest of the staff are here in Europa. Don't hesitate to visit the stands as well. And for not losing any more time, you know, Stéphanie Vincent. Stéphanie was in full swing yesterday, but today is a moderator. She's not a presenter, and she is together with her speakers. They will talk about realistic schedules, including turnaround time from strategic to tactical operation. Stéphanie?
Thank you, Tony. Good morning, everyone. So welcome to this second day where we will start with an interesting and challenging subject, so realistic schedules, including turnaround times. This is quite complex and it has a high impact on operations. So I'm not sure this is the right subject to be done so early in the morning. I will need you to be concentrated, I think. So I hope you didn't have too many beers last night in Brussels. Realistic schedules, including turnaround times, this has an impact on all of us on the network, on the airports, on the airlines, obviously, on the ACCs. So everyone is impacted by this, which means everyone needs to work together. This is something I said yesterday as well, that we need to work together, but we definitely need to be working together. And it is also important to look at all the different phases. So from the planning phase, where we need to have the schedules in the planning phase, obviously, but then on how it is turning on the day of operations and what we can learn from the post-ops analysis is as well key to ensure smooth operations. So we will touch a little bit of all these subjects. We will get the network view. We will get as well the airport view and the airline view during the different presentations. Maybe we can put back the names of the speakers on the screen here, but the first one will be Raffaele. So Raffaele is working within the operations planning unit here in EUROCONTROL. He's responsible for the capacity planning. We do look at the schedules in advance to have a better planning of the network, and Raffaele will explain how this is done and why it is key to get them right as early as possible. Then we will have Vincent, our head of the airport unit, who will bring us some facts about schedule resilience and the challenges that this is bringing to the network, followed by Gronier from Dublin Airport. So she is the leader of the APOC plan and review team, meaning she's responsible for the pre-tactical planning and the post-operations review. So she will tell us more about how it is happening at Dublin Airport and also what is done based on the post-ops analysis to improve for the future. Then we will switch to the airline view after getting the airport view with Yves. So Yves is the CODA manager here at EUROCONTROL. So they're all sitting in this row here behind me. And Yves knows everything about delays, so no secret for him. So he will be able to tell you all about the delays, all you want to know, or maybe that you don't even want to know. But here he will focus on the impact of the schedules on the delays. And last but not least, we will have Karina, who is head of traffic control in SAS. And she will give us an overview of the traffic planning elements that need to be taken into account when building the schedule for an airline. and the complexity that this is bringing to get something right, because there are so many parameters to take into account that it is not an easy job. We will have time for questions, answers, comments, anything, discussions after the presentation. So we will get first the full picture, so the planning, the airports and the airlines all together. And once we have the full picture, we will open the floor for discussions and questions. So with this, Raffaele, you can start.
Thanks, Stephanie. Good morning, everyone. Can you please put the slides on? No, it's me. Well, anyhow, I mean, as we start, yeah, no problem. We said we had an intense day yesterday, intense morning today, but I will take it easy. We'll go slowly into the subject. So obviously, we're talking about the impact of aircraft operator schedules. And in particular, I would like to, let's say, drive you through some slides on how this impacts the planning of network performance. So we see it a bit from an overall context before we dive into the insights provided by the other colleagues. So I would like just to spend a few minutes on, you'd say, to step back and see how relevant the schedules of aircraft operators in general are relevant in the ATSCM business. So obviously, when we're trying to plan performance in the future, we start by looking at things far away. And the initial, so we are in the sphere of capacity planning and assessment. There, the interest is indeed in traffic, because air traffic management is actually around traffic itself, but the view is indeed more macroscopic. So we're interested to see trends. And in that context, we can work on different elements to plan performance in the future. We can work on aspect design, we can work on overall capacity assessment, sector redesign, we can look into staff planning and elements which obviously have a longer term perspective. But as we move closer to operation, and therefore we enter what we call normally the strategic phase, we need to start narrowing down the view on what the traffic will be, and in particular, increase the level of granularity. That's where the schedules start to be very, very important. Why? Because we can actually work on specific routing options. We can work on serving and preparing specific changes in the traffic patterns at local level. We can better prepare and simulate the preparation of events which will happen in the near future. And as we move, obviously, along the timeline, the schedules become more and more relevant, and their realisticness, actually, it's even more important to prepare the operations 1 week before. So we get into the pre-tactical phase, and therefore, we need to really start fine-tuning the day of operations. Obviously, this becomes, again, critical on the tactical level, on the day of operation itself, and finally, it plays a role in post-operations because it allows actually to see the performance itself and how this was realized on the basis of the information which was available before the day of operation. So actually, how realistic the schedules were, how good was the performance based on the realisticness of the schedules. But obviously, if you look overall to the entire process, again, flight intentions and the traffic forecast are essential. This is actually known. And if you look at it from an NM perspective, it's true that the NM tries to prepare and work on schedules at different levels, depending on the needs, timeline needs, but also the level of granularity which is required by the operations. So obviously, when we look into the future, we talk about the STAT4 forecast that you all know about. So obviously there we're looking into trends, and that's where we're working more on overall flights, evolutions, service units, and other, let's say, aspects which are obviously relevant in the long-term planning. But as we move along, we get into the strategic phase, as I said, and that's where we meet actually the schedules of the aircraft operators. So obviously we have the demand data repository, which plays a role in allowing users to mix and match and create forecasts using airline schedules for the near future, as well, let's say anytime in the farther future, but obviously with a different weight on the importance of the schedules. But also, as we get closer, and that's something that you know from the COVID pandemic, the forecast done in the 8 weeks horizon, so what we refer to as the rolling seasonal knob traffic outlook. And then the process obviously continues. So the schedules enter all the forecasts which are produced in the context of the pre-tactical phase through, let's say, what we refer to as predict forecasts. Obviously, you can see that there are different layers of use of the schedules. And I would like to take some time just to dive a bit more in the traffic outlook itself, because it puts together the pros and cons that we see both at pre-tactical level and in the longer term view through the DDR forecast. What we have in the traffic outlook and where the schedules play a role there. The traffic outlook is mainly based on airline schedules. This is normally given, let's say, retrieved through our databases and the data provided through Innovata, or also directly from airlines. And this is an important point I would like to stress. So the information is not only gathered by the, I would say, overall pool of Innovata information, but also directly with direct channels with the airlines. And that's something that I will give some more detail later on. But it's important to say that an open channel can be created between NM and a specific airline to collect data, which obviously could be more realistic, more fine-tuned, and used directly in the generation of traffic outlook, but as well through the chain until the day of operations. Obviously, we do also use airport slots, for example, and we actually cross-check this information with the airline schedules. And that's obviously has its own process. It's very relevant, and it's actually a source of verification of the airline schedules themselves. We have to use also, and that has to do with the schedules of the airlines themselves, historical traffic. This also is mostly done in order to actually compensate for special events or special days which happen in the past and will reproduce in the future, and for which necessarily we might not have necessarily all the relevant information, but also to complement the information coming from the schedules, because we can assess that sometimes these are not realistic, and we need to rely on the past actually to build the future. Obviously, we have the segment of business aviation, which is the most complicated one. Generally, there are no schedule for that one, but it's important to stress, and this is something that we've been trying to do with those operators which somehow work in the business aviation sector to try to have some channels of updated information before certain specific events. This works to a certain extent, but the time horizon maybe is too limited. It's too mostly linked to the pre-tactical phase. We would like to have it more in the strategic phase as well. And then obviously we work with other segments like cargo or other, I would say, special categories, so specific groups of flights. But without really bore you on these aspects, my point there is that the airline schedules are the key. They cover for about 75% of the entire traffic outlook. So as I will show you later, let's say it's really fundamental that they are as realistic as possible. And here are some examples just to, let's say, reinstate or reinforce what I've just presented. You can see here intentions from an airline where all sources are really matching. So you can see in dark red the actual traffic operated in the last few weeks, and at the same time you can see overlapping almost completely data which is coming from the Innovata databases and data coming directly from the airlines, so provided in a direct channel to NM. And on top of it, you can see the airport slots, obviously, which somehow double up more or less on the intentions. In this case, obviously, the results is excellent. These are regularly updated. The information is very reliable and allows really to look into the future and plan performance accordingly in a way which is really tuned to the needs of the traffic demand. But there are situations like this where actually the information is completely diverging. So we have Innovata, which is giving some perspective. The airport slots go in another different direction. And finally, the information from the airline is totally different. So there, obviously, it's very difficult to decide what to do with it. And you can imagine that the impact on planning performance is very big, because making one choice in a direction or the other can bring to totally different conclusions. And obviously, how do we work there? We try to collect side information, either from the news. Sometimes Google is more informed than the agencies or companies which are supposed to provide the informations, and or vice versa, direct contact with the aircraft operators, thanks also to our functions inside the NM, try really to retrieve and find what should be the most reliable perspective. This is not always easy. Obviously, there is a component of confidentiality and at the same time competition on the market, but we assure you that this information is used solely in the context of the preparation within NM, and the exchanges of this data in terms of the traffic outlook are actually made only with the relevant stakeholders, in particular the service providers. So the information is not shared publicly to the point of disclosing confidential information affecting competition. Now, just to continue on the subject and to see the importance of the schedule. So as I said, in the example of the traffic outlook, we are able to determine and to generate a traffic forecast for 8 weeks in the future. So this week, for example, we just released one, which is covering starting next Monday for the next 8 weeks. Well, how do we use it? And that's how does it impact performance in the future? Well, service providers adapt their opening schemes for the next 8 weeks on the traffic outlook. So they provide information which is actually adapted to the needs that we can see depending on that traffic demand. And at the end, we have an evaluation of the performance and consequent preparation of measures or initiatives in order to actually try to improve a performance which could not be bad, could not be good. So you can see there are places where maybe we could expect a high level of ADFM delay, so disruptions for the airlines, and therefore we will initiate whatever is possible in that horizon to actually improve the situation. Maybe asking to increase the roster, asking to change it, to maybe anticipate the opening of certain sectors, and in a certain way try to prepare maybe application of other ADFCM measures. But obviously, this is driven by the traffic. Again, if the schedules which compose and represent 75% of the traffic outlook are not, let's say, reliable, obviously, the final prediction and all the work which goes with it and impacts all the stakeholders, in particular the service providers, is actually has no value. I mean, it becomes useless. Now, just to give some more relevance to these aspects, obviously, let's imagine that an aircraft operator plays with very optimistic schedules. Obviously, what could happen is that the service providers trustfully, let's say, adapts his schedules to higher level, to his roster to higher level. So let's say, okay, we have more traffic, let's get more controllers in, let's readapt let's say, everything which goes with the staff planning in the extent possible, and to be able at least to reduce the level of disruption, or actually simply to accommodate the demand. The situation will improve generally, so we will see maybe a network without problems in the future. But then, if on the day of operation, actually, the traffic does not materialize because the schedules were not realistic, it would be, first of all, a waste of resources. And secondly, if the process continues in the future, it also generates, let's say, lack of trust in the overall planning process, and in particular on the schedules of the aircraft operator themselves, which represent the biggest part of the outlook. So obviously, in that case, the schedules lose their usefulness. At the same time, on the other, let's say, side of the spectrum, if the schedules are too pessimistic, we get to a situation where the sector offer might be adapted downward by the service providers, meaning that in the end, actually, the performance might, let's say, inadvertently turn into more negative situation. Therefore, again, this is not good in general for the planning process. And in any case, even if the service providers will try to do let's say, their utmost in order to cope with increased demand, obviously, it could be that, in particular, when we're talking about the roster, the adaptation might not be optimal because they're done last minute, and the information obviously does not, I mean, the availability of personnel or any other kind of adaptations which are done in this respect might not be the best ones. Now, this simply closes up on the fact that obviously the more realistic the schedules are, the better the expected performance could be. So we insist on this particular aspect and encourage the aircraft operators to, let's say, trust network manager and be confident on the fact that their intentions will be used in the proper direction, not disclosed for other purposes. Now, just jumping and seeing again the importance of schedules. I mentioned the preparation of events. This is really, really key and has to do a lot with the dialogue with the aircraft operators around a specific, let's say, aviation relevant event. On one side, we can have a demand increase, which is obviously linked to the specificities of the event, or on the other hand, a capacity decrease. If we stress a bit and we stick to the demand increase, obviously we have sports events. And just to give you an example, one of the sport events which generates the most, I would say, criticalities in the preparation and planning performance, and really requires very close contact with the airlines and information sharing of information on the schedule, is the final of Champions League. Any soccer event, any other sports event, I must admit, do not generate the same criticalities, and a lot of it is played around the information on the schedule. Unfortunately, in such a situation, the information is not really known some 2 weeks before the event. And in those 2 weeks, everything has to be prepared accordingly, a lot of exchanges with the aircraft operators to see exactly what is the volume of traffic which is expected for that event, and particularly then impacting the airports, in particular the one hosting the event, and others nearby. As well, we can talk about political events. This also generates, let's say, an unusual level of demand. And again, it's important to have a close contact and direct channel in the sharing of the information on aircraft operator schedules. Obviously, any other kind of festival, holiday event. In this case, obviously, we're talking today about Olympic Games. There was some information presented yesterday by Stephanie. That's obviously very important. And actually, I solicit again to really be open in sharing the information on the schedule for the summer, because that will play and is playing an important role now as we are preparing this event. Then obviously we can have information regarding military exercises or any kind of major event in the network, like system change, new sectorization, and obviously having the schedules and realistic schedules to prepare those events is key. Obviously, just last few words on these aspects. When we're talking about event preparation, and just to show you the impact on your daily operations as aircraft operator, is the fact that the information is obviously going through a process to best prepare the network to face the event itself. And what happens is that one of the elements is preparing eventually mitigation plans in a CDM process in order to improve performance, which is expected not to be good. This also goes to the level of channeling the information through all possible means, including the NOP portal. The point is that in case, obviously, the schedules are not realistic, we do fall into the situation where mitigation measures might be, let's say, overdoing the day of operation, and therefore the overall set of warnings and information to the aircraft operator might be actually preparing them to a scenario which is more pessimistic, simply as a result of the, let's say, not so good information on the schedules. This obviously impacts also the operation of let's say, of the network manager, meaning that obviously everything which is prepared for an event is channeled through our colleagues working pre-tactical and tactical, and therefore we do have a direct impact on the schedule in that respect. Now, just to close, obviously, the information, as I said, goes to the network operation portal, for example, which means that, again, if originally the schedules and so your own information as aircraft operator is not being realistic, you might experience or maybe have, let's say, again, you will have to prepare better for the day of operations, accounting on the fact that maybe measures have been very strong because of the high level of, let's say, optimism of the schedule or vice versa. So I just end my presentation by stressing on the fact that it's very relevant and very important that you keep the schedules up to date and realistic. If you want to, let's say, open a direct channel, in case this is not yet there, please feel free to contact us, mostly at the DDR2 address. And if you want any other information on our processes and how the schedules impact them, please don't hesitate to contact at the NM strategic address that you see on the slide. And that's all from my side. Thank you for your attention and have a nice continuation.
Many thanks, Raffaele. So that gave the view of how we use the schedule in the planning phase. Now we will take the airport point of view with Vincent and Grenier.
Thank you, Stephanie. So as explained before, so the idea is to give you the airport perspective, the airline perspective will follow, but we still always try to keep an overall picture in mind. So this is the network effect, all these elements that I will present you today and how it impacts the overall airport performance. So we'll go through 3 main points. So what are the schedule challenges, typically, or what they are, what they represent for us and for the airport. What's the effect of the resilience of the airport, or does it affect the recovery or the increase of the delay through the reactionary? And also an attempt to see what would be the effect of some resilience measure, what can we change, and what will be the impact of these changes on the overall network efficiency. So if I start with schedule challenges, so in fact they are of 2 kinds. Essentially, what we see is that when we have airport 1, airport 2, we have a flight between the 2. The question is this flying time correctly estimate? Is it feasible? Is it changing? Is it most of the time feasible? Is it most of the time too short, too long? And the next one is, okay, the flight is one thing, but we know that a certain number of time for a certain number of flight in the network, the turnaround time is factorized into the flying time. So in fact, what matters is the sum of the flying time and the scheduled turnaround time. In other words, is this combination of 2 times sufficient for allowing a next leg to depart on time if the first one depart on time also, of course. So I will go through the first one and give you some examples. So we took here an example extract for something that is absolutely available online. It will be used by Yves in a minute as well. This is Mirror. So Mirror is a tool that compare almost live with, I think, a 5 minutes refresh rate, the schedule versus the actual. What is scheduled into the network versus what is happening for real into the network. Very convenient, by the way, if you travel, to know where is your aircraft and if your flight will be delayed, because you immediately see the effect of a late arrival on your departure. So here we focus on the second line. So when you see a departure for Düsseldorf, direction to Heraklion, the first part on the top is basically what's scheduled. So obviously, very, very short flying time for such a distance. So it's maybe not even 30 minutes fly between the 2 cities. Obviously not feasible. And you see what's happening behind on the 8th of July. This is, of course, a flight that takes more than 2-3 hours, arrive in Heraklion and depart, of course, later with delayed back to Germany with almost or very little no delay at arrival. So typically that kind of things from an airline point of view, basically the aircraft is on time and the 3rd location, it's perfect, except that it might be extremely challenging for the airport where the first leg will arrive because the aircraft is expected at a certain time, will arrive at another, meaning that all the ground coordination is impacted by this. The ground handling might not be, the resources might not be available as planned, with all the consequences it has on all the other flights. And this is typically what generates huge and massive delay into the Greek island during the summer that impact eventually all the network. I just remind that the Greek island in the summer, the traffic from these 14 regional airports in Greece represent more than Charles de Gaulle. So it's far to be negligible. When it's not going well there, it has a massive impact on the network. And if I go through several days in July, you see exactly the same pattern. So we systematically, these very short flying time schedules, systematically late arrival, with relatively low reactionary delay because time recovered during the second leg, but still massive perturbation locally in the airport. So my second challenge here is, okay, is the combination of the fly 1 time plus turnaround time sufficient for my flight 2, departing for airport 2, to depart on time. And what we did a small exercise. We took series of flight from Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, same flight number, operate almost every day from different place. I took 4 examples here. So for the first, Paris Charles de Gaulle to Basel, 34 flight, always departing same time every day. And we look, of course, only at these departing on time from the first airport. Otherwise, it doesn't make any sense, because if you are already late for the first leg, no point to look at that. It's complicated to assess if the schedule was okay or not. And what matters as well is that the second departure for the airport 2 is not regulated. So, of course, if there is some regulation, you cannot draw any conclusion about the relevant scheduling of the flying time and turnaround time. It's for other reason the flight is delayed. So we can only at this flight, so it's 21 flights that are departing on time from Paris, not regulated from Basel. And what we note is that 100% of the departure from Basel were late. What represents 640 minutes for these 34 flights, 30 minutes on average. Obviously, and without making any assumption, not even trying to draw or point any responsibility here, it's not the purpose, just to give you a big picture of what we talk about in terms of magnitude. That is 30 minutes average delay for this series of flight and turnaround. And if you go through this, you have different examples. The second one, Dublin to Edinburgh, this is the same. 26 aircraft depart on time from Dublin. They arrive in Edinburgh. They were not regulated in Edinburgh, and all of them depart late from Edinburgh. And if we look at our mirror visualization, this is what happened on the 14th of June. You see here departure from Dublin, arrival mostly on time in Edinburgh, depart late. Same 15th of June, same 21st of June, same 19th of June, with, as you see here, massive reactionary. Most of these days, at the end of the day, the 4th, 5th leg is more than 1 hour late because of the accumulated delay. And also, it's not only the reactionary, it's also the fact that arriving late make things more complicated in every single airport because resources are not planned accordingly. And it may impact not only the flight, but also all the rest, all the other flights from this other airport and the network eventually. So if we look at all flights, we do this exercise globally, and we look at, okay, if when you depart on time from the first place, you are 60% not able to depart on time from the other place, we consider that that may be something wrong there. Again, it's not scientific analysis here, it's just to give you an idea about the magnitude. We talk during the summer about 1,000 flights per day. 1,000 flights per day that represent that pattern of time, flying time combined to turnaround time that 60% of the time are not combined sufficient for departing on time. Again, not making any assumption on the reason. It can be many, many things. It can be airline, airport, ground handling, security, baggage, anything. So, but that's a fact, and that represents 300,000 minutes the delay per month. Is it a lot or not? It's not like 10% of the delay in the network, obviously, but this is more than a very bad day of strike in the network. And this is inbuilt into the planning. We know in advance that will happen. So should we work on that? That's a question. So what is the effect and what is the increase or decrease of this delay? So when you have an inbound delay, 10 minutes, and an outbound delay, the question is, if I have 10 minutes inbound delay, what happened? Do I reduce that delay, 5 minutes? Do I maintain that delay, meaning I arrive 10 minutes late, I depart 10 minutes late, or do I increase that delay? And when we look at that globally for the top 80 airports in Europe, we see that globally that delay increased for all the reasons explained before. So obviously, arriving late make everything more complicated locally, and the delay tend to increase. So what we see is that we have an absorption of delay for 20% of the airport, significant absorption. We have, let's say, here in the middle, almost neutral airports. So this is 19 plus 13 airports that are more or less just on average, more or less departing delay correspond to the arrival delay. And then we have all the rest when we have plus 20, 30, 40, 50, 60% increase, meaning that when you have 10 minutes when you arrive, you leave like with 16 minutes delay on average. And that is basically the average number of minutes of delay you generate for this top 80 airport. And that's very, very, very interesting. The first thing we note when we did that is, okay, but it's only 5 minutes. So it's not that many minutes, every single leg, every single turnaround. It's not like, it's maybe 30, 40%, but it's not like 20 minutes. No, it's just 5 minutes. So in other words, with only 5 minutes more turnaround time, we would turn 65% of the airport as net delay absorber. In place of having an increased reactionary delay all along the day, with just 5 minutes more on average turnaround time, we turn 2/3 of the airport as absorber of the delay, meaning that you reduce the delay. When you arrive with 10 minutes, you end up leaving with 8. And this can be cumulative. Today, it's only 30%. What leads me to my next small exercise. So is what if? What if we do that? So what we did, we took sequence of flight for 1 week in middle of July last summer. So we have airport 1, airport 2, 3, 4, 5 with flight in the middle. And here it's an example, turnaround time in airport 2 of 40 minutes schedule, airport 3, 60, airport 4, 30. So what if for that week I increase artificially the turnaround by 5 minutes, meaning that the 40 become 45, that the 60 is, there is a knock-on effect, of course, the 30 minutes become 35. Or the first, and I anticipate the question, the first reaction will be, oh, yeah, okay, but that has a price, because when I operate 4, 5, 6 legs with the same frame during the day, I will arrive later, or I plan my airframe to arrive later into the last, my last airport with all potentially the night curfew issue. Yeah, it's true. And we assess that, and we say, okay, what would be the effect in terms of delay? If we have an increase, if we artificially create an increase of turnaround time of 5 minutes for all short turnaround, so below 60 minutes, it's a 7% reduction of delay into the network. This is 250,000 minutes per week, and 3% increase on time punctuality. So back to my question, yeah, at what price? Because my frame will arrive very late at destination. Yeah, true. More frame will arrive, or we took a priori cutoff at midnight, and yes, and we observe we had in the network that week 2.8% of frame arriving after midnight as planned, not actual planning, and it turns to 3%, 0.2% increase. Is it acceptable or not? I don't know, but still, it's 250,000 minutes of delay per week. Per week, I remember that when I said scheduling of turnaround plus flying time, this is 300,000 minutes per month. So, and if we push the logic, let's increase by 10 minutes. So, relatively contained increase of flight arriving after midnight, 3.2 in place of 2.8, but 13% reduction of delay. And I'm not talking here about ATFM delay only, all delay. It's 500,000 delay reduction per week, and on-time punctuality increased by 7%. And operationally, but things are not very different, because the truth is that it impacts very little number of aircraft, because most of them are departing 5-10 minutes later anyway. So it's a very formal exercise. Actually, the operation will be extremely similar to what we observe. So I'm not pretending we will fundamentally change daily life of all the professionals into the aviation business. I'm just saying that by not committing to things we know that will not happen, you massively reduce the counting of the delay, and you help also all the other stakeholders that count on your planning for organizing their work to be more or closer to reality. Because obviously, back to my initial point, if the resources are better planned, if the operations are closer to what was planned, it allows everyone to be more predictive and more efficient at the end of the day. So that was a couple of examples I wanted to share with you. I think, honestly, we were a bit surprised by the magnitude of the effect of this. So that's why we thought it was interesting to share that with you, and that could be a starting point for reflection. As I said, there is no scientific value here. It's just taking data for what they are and making some exercise, just at least to have a feeling about what are we talking about here. Is it significant? Is it very big enough for having a collective thinking about that? I think there is something there. So if I summarize the challenging rotation, so turnaround plus flight, this is a priori the one that we believe will not be feasible. Is 300,000 minutes of delay per month. In 60% of top 80 airport, departure delay would be reduced. Are greater than the arrival delay. So they amplify the delay, 60% of the airport, but with only 5 minutes of increased turnaround time. This would be, in fact, the opposite. 2/3 of the airport become absorber of delay. And with this 5-minute increase, it's 1 million of minutes of delay saved per month, potentially. Again, formal exercise. I'm not pretending aircraft will be earlier at destination. They will be exactly at destination most of the time they are today at the same time, except that because things are planned in a more realistic way, everything become more predictable. And obviously, in terms of pure commitment with regard to customer, we'll be closer to reality. So that was the airport vision, trying to link with the effect at network level. So we have time afterwards to take questions. So that's it for me.
Hi, everyone. I'm Gráinne Murphy. I work in Dublin Airport and I manage the APOP plan and review function, where we look at our pre-ops planning and we also do post-op and ops analysis. Looking at schedule resilience, we're going to look at a view of the schedule at Dublin Airport and really take some of the topics that have come up already today and hone into a specific case study at one airport with 2 short-haul operations operating through the network, and look at those the impacts of the disruptions on the operation and what mitigations we're putting in place at our airport. So the week we're going to take is going to be week 33, which is in August. The backdrop of Dublin, we've got about 240,000 movements per year. We've segregated parallel runway operations. The week that we're looking at had around 685 movements per day. We're only looking at charter and schedule traffic. We're only looking at short haul, and we're only looking at traffic going into the network. And we're using the case study of Ryanair and Aer Lingus, which are our 2 largest base operators. We've taken out from Aer Lingus. Aer Lingus have a short haul regional prop operation, and we've taken that out of this mix. And we're looking at the schedule of how the schedule shows up at day -50. So we've done all of our seasonal planning. At the start we've declared our capacity. We've done the whole IATA handback process, and now we're looking at how the schedule shows up at day -50 right through to day 0, and how that impacts. So when we look at, we call it the summer guide. We have a guide plan. So it's based on matching tin with airport resources. So we're matching all of the flights that we have in our schedule. We are ensuring that we have stand availability. There's a runway slot available, there's check-in available, etc. So all of the airport services are lined up for that guide plan. And then we look at how that turns into the tactical day of operation. So when we look at our guide turns, so our flights for the week in question, there's an increase in what happens on the operational days. So we're up about 30 flights in the week that we're looking at. And a lot of that is integration changes. There's lots of things that can happen that can change your schedule at an airport. Integration changes, extra slot movements that are already approved slots that are coming on stream. There could be positioning aircraft. Perhaps you had an event and there's aircraft that are off base and that need to come back. There's cancellations, which is the other side of off-base aircraft. And there's also maintenance considerations, which is a huge piece that happens at airports, where the airlines and the airports are working together on how do they move the aircraft around the facility to get them lined up for the right flight in the morning and to make all of their maintenance schedules. And then there's all the tactical decisions that happen on day zero, on the tactical day for an airline to complete a schedule, where they're making tactical changes in their integrations for the day to try and recover delay. So looking at the guide, so we're going back 7 weeks before the flight is ever going to move through to day zero of the day of the operation. When we're looking at matching legs, so we're talking here about matching integrations on what the airline intended to fly, and what they actually flew. Now, I think all of us in this room who work in airports and work in airlines know that this is somewhat a theoretical exercise. You're checking that you have the right amount of fleet to operate your schedule, and likewise airports are checking that they have the right amount of stand and other airport services availability to meet that schedule. So those things should marry. So we're not surprised to see that when we look at matching legs and matching integrations, when we move from what happens at day 50 right through to day zero, there's a lot of change. For Aer Lingus narrow body, it's about 42%, wide body 38%. Ryanair a little bit more stable, 71%. We're quite a large base for Ryanair. Emerald, who do short haul regional operations for Aer Lingus, they're at 57%. And as you would expect, other short haul, off-base long haul, it's going to be a lot more stable because it's one flight in, one flight out, nothing to worry about, unless there's a challenge with an aircraft defect and there's a replacement aircraft. It's fairly stable. We find, of course, when you have a base operation at an airport, there's lots of opportunity for variation in integrations and variation in schedule, because they have the most flexibility in fleet. They probably have a schedule buffer at the base airport, so that they're offering themselves opportunity to switch to tail swap on the day of operation to recover delay. When we look at, so that's looking at the schedule and the integration legs, and now we're going to look at the schedule turns. And this is, I think, where the airport, the airline, the ground handling service partner, this is where the resources are required. They're required for the turn. And we're looking at the guide turns with the schedule turns. So we see a lot of stability here. It's all in the 90th percentile, certainly for Ryanair and Aer Lingus. Wide body a little bit less, so they've got a lot of integration with their fleet on it there. But so this is where we're saying that what we hope to achieve in the guide, and what we hope to achieve at 1 minute past midnight in terms of schedule turns is the same. So everybody is lined up to have their resources available at the same time at the airport. This stability is so important for all operators at the airport, that everybody has the right resource and equipment to make the schedule roll out. Just talking about turns and the variation in turns across fleets and within airlines. So we're looking at our two big operators, and an average Ryanair turn, the average schedule turn. So this is what they propose they will do. For the average turn time is 41 minutes. Aer Lingus a little bit longer. Their average short haul turn is 73 minutes, but you'll see that we have quite a lot of aircraft there. 34% are just under 75 minutes in their scheduled turn time, which brings their average overall to 1 hour 50. But that's not really realistic. Part of that would be flexibility for the airline, because they operate NEOs on the Atlantic, so they have a bit of a buffer in their fleet, so they can. In terms of schedule time for that short haul group of aircraft, some of them will be operating into the Atlantic. When we look again at Ryanair, 51% are scheduled for the very famous Ryanair 25-minute turn. The 25-minute turn is the mainstay of the Ryanair model. And it was created at a time when Ryanair flew the 737-200 series, and they've moved aircraft type twice since, and the aircraft is much larger now. They have a spread in their turnaround times. Aer Lingus have a more conservative view. They don't operate as many sectors, and 31% of their flights would have a 40-minute turn. So again, we're comparing Code C with Code C, short haul with short haul. What it actually transpires on the day, when we look at achieved turns, so this is, did you get to turn the aircraft as you had planned to? Only 14% of Ryanair aircraft turn within minus to +5 of their scheduled turn time, but 58% are turning within plus or minus 15. I picked 15 because it is, though this is not related, this is related to OTP, but if the schedule, you can have a really good turn and you can be off schedule. So we're looking here purely at turn, but for 15 minutes, we know if that aircraft was operating on time, if they're outside that 15-minute window, they're going to be technically delayed. Aer Lingus, again, a little bit more generous with their turn times. And so as we see, a little bit more success when it comes to the tighter turn, plus or minus 5, 19% of their turns achieved the scheduled turn time. But it's very similar to Ryanair, 59% of turns are plus or minus within the 15 minutes. Looking at what it looks like on the day and what it means for an airport and what it means for an airline, and dare I mention it, what it means for a passenger. So the Ryanair delay minutes breakdown. So ground delay for Ryanair without slot restrictions accounts for 22% of their delay minutes for this example. And that's important because I think when we talk about delay and we talk about ATFM and we talk about the how can we recover delay and what is an airport doing around ground delay, the reality for airport operators, airlines and ground handling service partners, and indeed ANSPs operating in towers, everybody is focused on flights that have a CTOT on getting out. So if you have 2 aircraft in front of you and one has a slot and the other one hasn't got a slot, your resources are focused on the aircraft with the slot. So when we look to the graph on the right, we see our ground delay. We've got 4 sectors here. We've got ground delay with no slot, ground delay with a slot, reactionary delay, no slot, and reactionary delay with a slot. And we just see how that day evolves for Ryanair. So we're looking at our waves at the airport. So first wave departures, you see pretty much 50% of our flights already have a slot restriction departing Dublin. Now, thankfully, they're not delayed, which is great at this part of the day. They're carrying about 7 minutes average delay at that part of the day. Moving on to the next wave, we start to see reactionary delay coming into the mix. But you can see our flights with CTOTs are going up, more regulated flights. Settles down a little bit then into the third wave, but we've got a higher level of reactionary delay. And you'll see the reactionary delay, which is the lighter yellow color, that is reactionary delay that is carrying a CTOT. So not necessarily that the delay has caused the slot. There could be a lot of other delay sitting in there that has caused that flight to be delayed already. But at the point of departure, that flight departed, it was a regulated flight. So average delay minutes for Ryanair, you can see the increase from Dublin Station through the day. So starting at 7, by the time it gets to the 4th wave, they've increased by 20 minutes. So they don't reach a point of recovery. They only reach a point of decline by the time they're getting into last wave home. The average delay for the whole day is 28 minutes. So very difficult to achieve. There's the breakdown, our ground delay for Ryanair, a total of 41 minutes. Reactionary delay accounts for 59 minutes, but 37% of delayed minutes belong to flights with a slot restriction for Ryanair. Looking at now, this is looking at what those turns look like relevant to delay. So their average scheduled turn is around 43 minutes, but their actual turn is 53 minutes. So that's 9 minutes more, with their average delay turning out at 28 minutes, as we saw on the previous slide. The breakdown there on the graph on the left is looking at those turn intervals. So you can see at a 25-minute turn, your average delay is in and around 37 minutes. Their actual turn to schedule turn is plus 18 minutes. So it's very difficult for them to achieve that 25-minute turn despite best endeavors. It does improve slightly as the turn time increases, but not hugely. And just to the right, just that little call out as to, you know, the level of ATFM delay that's in the network at the moment, and what it looked like in 2019 and what it looks like for now for this operator departing from Dublin. Regulation flights increased 5% since 2019, and the amount of regulation flights that are delayed increased by 9%. So we do see that those figures going up, the flights that have a slot. Going to have a quick look at Aer Lingus, similar breakdown, but you see Aer Lingus, they reached their peak in the third wave. Aer Lingus don't operate as many sectors as Ryanair. As I mentioned before, they operate the NEOs, which are on the transatlantic, and a lot of their efforts in the middle of the day is focused on transatlantic operations and getting that out. Again, similar to Ryanair, for ground delay, you're in and around 50% of their first wave traffic is already impacted with a slot. Now, I'll talk a little bit more about that at the end, but their average delay minutes end up being the same as Ryanair, 28 minutes. This is for your Code C short-haul aircraft. 42 at the end of the day, 42% of those delays are for flights with a slot restriction, that departed with a slot restriction. 52% are accounted to reactionary delay, and 47% for ground delay. And as I mentioned before, and I'll keep mentioning, the impact of having flights on the ground with a slot means your resources are focused on the aircraft with the slot. Looking at how their turn works out, and it's quite a different profile to Ryanair. It takes around 43 minutes for Aer Lingus to turn an aircraft with a turn with a 25-minute turn. So anything between 26 to 40 minutes, it takes Aer Lingus 43 minutes to turn that aircraft on average. Their average delay is 37 minutes for aircraft in this category. Again, when we look at their scheduled average turn for all turns, it's 73 minutes, but they actually turn 7 minutes more than that, with an average delay minutes of 28 minutes. Again, you'll see with the spread of the turns, they kind of reach neutral when the turn time hits 60 minutes, over 60 minutes. They're back at neutral and they go into the minus. Ryanair don't really get to that point in the day. So Aer Lingus can get to a little bit of recovery, but it's because they're flying the aircraft that little bit less. Their regulation flights have increased by 8% since 2019, and the ones that are delayed have increased by 7%. So what are we doing at Dublin? We're really pushing. We're not ACDM connected yet, but working very hard to be so. We're really focused on first wave departures. We have a first wave meeting. We do a lot of post-ops review. We identify each of the players in the ACDM chain. With our stakeholders all together, with AirNav Ireland, with the base carriers, and we look to see how each operator or each actor in the ACDM process is performing. So we're working hard to gain as many ground minutes as we can, particularly in first wave, so that we can kind of shore up a little bit more stability throughout the rest of the day. We're very active AOP. We've 2 daily con calls with all of our operators. We do pre-ops bulletins, we issue updates, we're in constant connection with them, and we also contact the the Eurocontrol airport desk on a daily basis and give them a briefing of the situation at Dublin and how we expect operations to roll out. And that just started about a month ago, and it's been working very well. We've also put in some more measures to support turn. We're trying to revitalise our push and hold procedures that kind of went to the wayside with the introduction of COVID and the Northern Runway. We've got a new runway there last year. We've got a lot of infrastructure improvements to try and help with getting aircraft away on time. Some initiatives we have with air traffic control as well, and we're in constant dialogue with our stakeholders. Of course, we're doing this all against a backdrop, like every airport, of work in progress. Lots of work in progress at the moment, I think everywhere across Europe. To bring it all to a conclusion, we have our big challenge. Off-schedule operations are a big challenge to airports and to everybody in the airport community, and indeed the passenger. One of the things that we suffer from, and I think many airports suffer from, is the transatlantic traffic. We have quite a large portion of transatlantic traffic, and if there's a regulation in an airport, what traffic are you managing? If you've got a lot of traffic that's coming in from the Atlantic, that can, and this is not one for Dublin because we have very little arrival regulation, but for other airports and other ANSPs, it's the short haul operator who feels that pain. It's not the transatlantic operator. AFTM delay en route and at destination is a big contributing factor to what causes delay and what causes knock-on delay for a schedule and at airports. But we're not without blame either. We have lots of infrastructure issues at airports. There's traditional stand layouts with cul-de-sacs, there's works in progress, and all of us are suffering from resource challenges when we have issues with skills and staff retention. But one of the things that we are looking to is can we get more prediction, in destinations and airspace where operators are more likely to accumulate AFTM delay, and feed that into the airline's integration plan for D-1. So it's kind of touching on what Vincent was talking about. It's like where we know that there is a particular route that's going to pick up delay, is that something that should be brought into the integration plan for the airline as they roll out their schedule on D-1. And operators who optimize their schedules as they should to minimize delay can cause tactical, those tactical integration changes. If they were done that little bit earlier, could be good. And of course, we all dream of more airspace. Thank you very much.
Good morning. Thanks for joining this morning's session. Thanks, Stephanie, for the kind words, but I do want to lower the expectations a little bit. I do know some of the delay analysis, but I don't pretend I know it all. So we are moving now towards the airline view, and although I'm in EUROCONTROL, I manage central office delay analysis. You may wonder why I'm presenting the airline. I do have an airline background in flight dispatch, but in fact, CODA collects post-ops data directly from the airline. So a lot of the stats that we produce, in fact, is really voicing or showing the airline perspective, in addition, of course, to what NM or EUROCONTROL is producing. So this morning's session, I'm just going to give you a quick overview of the context. And it's also a kind of a menu, I would say, to show you what data is available, what we are able to calculate, which tools we provide to you, and especially it's more like an invitation to use those tools and to use some of the indicators that we think are quite valuable, especially for people in operations, to use it internally. So basically, the main message is that we are here to help you as well with schedule resilience and achieving realistic turnaround times and schedules. Okay, perfect. So as I started, I think it's important to understand the context in which we are operating. When we talk about schedules, it's really about the IATA environment of the operations. And a lot of words that we use or acronyms are very similar in the ICAO environment, which is a typical EUROCONTROL or NM environment, but means something completely different within IATA. We're talking about delay, for example, which is quite often a function of the schedule. Vincent already touched on that. We saw that. And delay within NM, of course, we are looking at queuing aircraft, but delay in an IATA environment, predominantly airlines and airports, you're looking at queuing passengers. That's really what affects you most. Slots is a similar one. We heard already this morning, OPL, about airport slots, which is a planning function, a strategic for an airport, or for NM. I mean, slot is a tactical measure. It's controlling the takeoff time. UTC time, the same. You know, we work in Zulu time in ICAO. From an IATA perspective, it's mostly about the local time, because that's reflecting the propensity for travel for the passengers. And it's a good move, I think, to the next slide, where I think it's important to keep in mind that the main purpose for most of the airlines is to be profitable. If they're not, they will go bankrupt. I started my career in Sabina in '92, and some of you know, the airline went bankrupt in 2001, leaving 11,000 staff out of a job. Okay, some restarted, but it's really not a nice event, these things. So being profitable is really the ultimate goal of most of the companies. And schedule is an important element of this, because the schedule is an important generator for the revenue, but it's also potentially a driver for costs, because if the schedule is unbalanced or not robust enough, not resilient, it may drive what we have seen as well, and I'll touch on that as well. It may drive reaction delay, knock-on delay, ultimately really costing the airline more than the revenue it had generated. So you see on the bottom of the slide, I don't think I can, I won't touch it, but on the bottom of the slide, if you receive the slide deck, you will see a link to some of the reports that we produce within the Aviation Intelligence Unit. This is the cost-benefit analysis or cost of delay, where we put some figures to strategic delay, sorry, which is the buffering that we put into a schedule, as well as to the tactical delay cost, which is the delay that you occur on the day of operation. So mentioning delay, I think it's good to split between the ATFM delay that NM is measuring, which really relates to the takeoff time based on the flight plan, and the delay that most of the airports, ground handlers, and airlines are measuring, which is linking to the schedule that was sold to the passenger, and where you are comparing the actual off-block time against that schedule, or the actual in-block time against that schedule. And an important element here is the introduction of the EU 261, the passenger rights legislation, in 2004, where in the beginning, the first years, the compensation that had to be paid to passengers in case of long delays, so 3 hours or more, related to the departure delay, which was putting somewhat of a pressure on hub carriers, because imagine you're leaving Barcelona for JFK via Frankfurt with a 5-hour layover in Frankfurt. Your flight leaves 3 hours and 5 minutes late from Barcelona. You were entitled for compensation, but yet you were still capable of connecting in Frankfurt and getting to JFK on time. So that's changed now, a couple of years after, and now it is measured on arrival at final destination. That some passengers may be entitled for additional compensation. But it's important to note that that focus has shifted, where in the beginning or originally we were looking at departure delay. Some of the attention of the airlines has shifted to arrival because it's a potential cost generator if the schedule or their planning is not resilient enough. For those that are in the know, the doors open. It's an addition from the Court of Justice, European Court of Justice, that in the context of EU 261, it's not just the arrival at final destination, but it's really the doors. The steps must be attached and the doors opened, and that's really when the clock stops. It's not 3 hours in the blocks. Looking at the total delay in the network, so it's measured here on departure, actual off-block time versus the schedule. We see that the turnaround delay last year was responsible for 9.6 minutes per flight on average. But an important element here is to know that 46% of the total delay was in fact knock-on delay. So this was delay that you import from somewhere else. So it means that for every minute of primary delay, you're almost getting the same in knock-on delay. So it's a really important delay driver for the airline, and schedule resilience is an important element in trying to mitigate the potential impact of these knock-on delays. So I do present some stats, and I have two scatter plots as well. Don't be scared, I won't go into the detail. It's more to show that we have the data, and as I said earlier, it's an invitation to come and look at our tools that we are offering that can assist you. Now, this graph is relatively simple. It's showing you the share of flights that are delayed on departure and the share of flights that are delayed on arrival. And whereas 10, 12 years ago, that share was almost identical, we have seen a growing delta between those two indicators. And it means that the airlines are protecting themselves better against late arrivals than they do against late departures, or they are able to recover some of the delay. And we are convinced that it is driven by EU 261, but ultimately also by increased buffering. So it means that in case of leaving late by 5 or 8 minutes, a lot of flights will be able to arrive on time. We published a while ago under the think papers. They are available on EUROCONTROL landing page. A paper, it might be worth reading. That's one of the topics here about the focus on arriving on time. So I use now two screenshots from the mirror tool. Vincent already mentioned this, to show you some of the impact of schedule buffering. We have two examples. First one, we have a flight or a sequence of flights operated by the same aircraft, where we compare the actual, which is the tactical line, actual flown flight against what was scheduled. And you can see in this example that almost all of the flights take less time than was planned. So it means that in case of a slight departure delay, like you see on the second leg, there was some ATFM delay. The flight is still capable of arriving on time. But in case of departing on time, the flight will arrive significantly ahead of schedule. Now, in fact, and that's the next slide, we have some indicators measuring how often this happens. And for example, on this particular airport pair, we know that almost every single flight that is operated throughout the last summer season, this flight needed significantly less time than was scheduled, really boosting the early arrivals, which could potentially also have a negative impact on the ground handler or the airline. So although it's nice for the passenger, having a lot of excessive schedule buffering in the program could also have a negative impact. The second example is just the opposite, where we see that the tactical phase, so it means the execution of the flight, always takes more than what was planned. And that is really a driver for knock-on delay throughout the day. You see that we had a really small delay during the first rotation, but it meant that because there was insufficient schedule time planned, the flight arrived late, and as a consequence, the whole day was lost, so to speak. The aircraft couldn't recover and created a knock-on delay throughout the day. For this call sign, because we have the data, we have the analysis throughout the season, this situation happened almost on a daily basis. So it's really an example of, I would say, unbalanced scheduling, driving a direction delay, which should be avoided. So I mentioned some scatter plots, and I won't spend too much time. The main message here is that we are looking at, we call it block time overshoot. So it's the amount of flights that take longer than what was planned. And the delay difference indicator is the minutes of buffer time that you have. So it means if you've got a negative indicator in minutes, it means that you recovered some of the departure delay. It means you left with 10 minutes delay, you've got a DDIF of -10, you arrive on time. Typically, European average is around 3 to 4 minutes, with the block time overshoot around 25 to 30. The scatter plots is by month. Each dot represents an airline. And you see that when you look at an airline as a whole, they are quite close together, and it's pretty much a stable situation. Now, when you look into the details, and here I combine two airlines, so you're not able to identify the airline. When you look into the detail of a specific airline and you look at the airport pairs, the situation becomes clearer, and you see that you've got quite a lot of outliers. So some of the dots are to the far right. It means that there is a complete lack of schedule buffering. If the flight left on time, it will arrive late and driving knock-on delay. So the dots on the far right need to be avoided at all costs because they're really driving your cost up. But the dots on the far left, they are the ones where when you leave on time, you will arrive significantly ahead of schedule, potentially causing some issues for the ground handler or the airport because you are lengthening your turnaround time. So we've worked with quite a number of airlines in the past to assist them in bringing them the flights that are on the far right to the center. And then that's the first, I would say, priority. And then the second one is all these early arrivals, these excessive schedule buffering, to potentially reduce those as well and bring them there. Having excessive schedule buffering is costing you as well because you've blocked your resources too long for no reason. So it brings me to the last slide. We are, of course, able to monitor the flight phase, but we also have the data on the turnaround time. And what we already seen with the example in Dublin is that some of these planned turnaround times are also, I would say, not balanced enough. So we have indicators here similar to what we do in the flight phase. So DDIF here, which is flight, DDIG is the ground phase. We look at how many minutes of time is added during the ground phase, the top line chart. That's the blue line. And you see on average, on a daily basis the last 2 years, that in the network for the narrow body fleet, which is the core, I would say, of what we operate in Europe, we're adding 7 to 10 minutes of delay. The red line indicates the impact of early arrivals to adding time, because if you plan 20 minutes, or let's say 40 minutes, but your aircraft arrives 10 minutes early, of course, when you leave on time on the next leg, you've done 50 minutes. So you added your turnaround time, but it doesn't have an impact on the departure delay. And you see that on the network, the blue and the red line, there is a delta between the two, indicating that there is an impact of early arrivals, but also the blue line is quite high. It means that the turnaround time on average is really added in the tactical phase. Now, I want to link now to the next presenter, Karina. So with her approval, I'm also showing Scandinavian Airlines. And you can see that their planned turnaround time is quite balanced because they add significantly less time than the European average. So it means that what they plan seems quite realistic, but also there is not as big difference between the red and the blue line. So it means that there is not a lot of impact of early arrivals. And for us, it's quite a good example of a balanced and a resilient planning in the turnaround phases. So to conclude, I think it's important to keep in mind that the schedule has a strong commercial element to it for an airline, and that we have the data to support you. And yes, it's important, I think, to have that feedback loop on a seasonal basis to evaluate if certain elements have changed, like taxi time or turnaround performance, so that for the next seasons your schedule represents the change in the environment. Thanks.
So hello, everyone. My name is Carina Forsell, and I'm the head of traffic control at SAS OCC. And I will give you a short introduction to how we ensure that our traffic program has a sufficient operational robustness. Hence why we are working with our traffic planning elements. But before I start with that, I would like to give you a picture of the structure of our company and why we are in a need of good planning tools. SAS have 3 hubs. We have hubs in Oslo, Arlanda, and Copenhagen with both crew and aircraft. We have 3 AOCs within the company, SAS Link, SAS Connect, and SAS Scandinavia. We have also 2 long-term wet lease partners, and we have 2 OCCs, one in Dublin for SAS Connect and one at the head office where we handle SAS Scandinavia, Link, and the wet lease partners. And the OCC at the head office is commercially responsible for all SAS departures. And also we have 3 short-haul reserves, 1 long-haul reserve, and 2 hot spares operated by the wet lease partners. So as you understand, there is a lot of stakeholders, so we need to have quite rigid rules to keep this all together. So traffic planning elements. They are the building blocks in the design and development of an operationally robust traffic program. So I will show on the next slide, we have 10 different traffic planning elements. And the main recipient is the network planning, since that they are responsible of designing of the traffic programs. And the adherence to the TPs should be the assurance that the traffic program has the correct design to reach operational targets, provided that necessary resources are available in the traffic execution phase, day of ops. And in addition, the TPs contributes to improved efficiency, improved sustainability, fuel, and reduced irregularity cost and reduced time pressure. So these are our 10 planning elements, and the TPs are managed at the head office. It's actually only one guy, but then there is a lot of stakeholders that are involved. So we have the traffic reserve that is planned centrally. We have the block times, minimum ground stop times, and minimum connection times, scheduling buffers, crew planning elements. This is not crew planning. These are the elements like FTLs or crew connection times and so on. Line maintenance, flight operational constraints, which aircraft to fly where and so on. Ground operational constraints could be that we can't plan at one airport a longer ground stop time because then we will get a remote stand. A ground handling constraint, lack of fuel these at one station and so on. We at the OCC are the owners of the traffic reserve and the scheduling buffers. I can also talk a bit about minimum ground stop times. There is a huge focus on the first wave. We also work with that, what we call it morning readiness, and we include the first turnaround at the hubs because that gives a big impact on the rest of the day. So we have a meeting every day at 10 o'clock with up to 40 stakeholders. We go through all the delays in the morning, and we have actions to improve our performance. It could be simple things like a bus to a small station arrives late, so we get jammed at the security. So a lot of actions is ongoing there. But I will focus on the scheduling buffers. We have buffers, but the buffers are never included in the block time or in the minimum ground time. The buffers are included in the turnaround time. I have one example here, like the ATC delays. After last summer, so last year's traffic program, we make an analysis and we look at all the departures that have more than 15 minutes ATC delay. And then for the next summer traffic program, we will introduce an ATC buffer for all of these flights. If there is a destination that we haven't flown before this summer, we will look at the flights in the same area and other sufficient buffers. We have weekly meetings and monthly delivery meetings of the TPs. This is an example of the minimum ground time delivery. So the network planning has a target of 99.75%. This was a good month. They delivered 99.87. And I don't have any pointer, no. You can see that we have some, sorry, okay. There is some non-adherence. And of course, the network planning can also ask for exceptions because sometimes we won't get the turnaround times, the minimum ground times that we want to use slots. But then we'll follow up the non-adherence and take actions upon that. So we have this dashboard for all of the TPs that we follow up. And we have a weekly meeting with all the stakeholders, as I saw on the first slide. It's represented by both ground handling for all the hubs, and we have for the external production representatives and for the different AOCs. And we will go through and we can all raise issues that we find during the existing traffic program, and they will be delivered over to network planning to address to them to look into the next traffic program if we can make any changes. We have a handover from network 5 weeks prior of the day of execution. And then we have a freeze period for 3 weeks when the crew pairing is done. And then we at the OCC take over the traffic program 2 weeks prior day of operation. And we also have a long-term planning at my department. And then we leave the traffic program over to the traffic controller 72 hours before day of operation. Time is flying, so as I'm hurrying now. So that's all I'm gonna say. Please, if you have any questions, you can come back. Thank you.
Many thanks to all the speakers. Now I will open the floor for any questions to the speakers, any comments, anything you would like to share with us, maybe different points of view from other airlines, from other airports. Feel free really to comment or to say. I'm looking around. Yes.
Hello, good morning. Yannis Alexopoulos from Amsterdam Airport. I have a question first for Dublin Airport, our colleagues, and then for Vansa. So first, Dublin, you talked about, I think in the final slide, about measures to support the turnaround and infrastructural measures. Can you provide some concrete examples of that? Because we would like to maybe copy-paste.
Okay, for some of the infrastructural measures that we've done, they're really chasing where our problems are, where our points of pain are. So we know we have a huge works program happening in the southeastern corner of the airfield, and we know already that traffic there is challenged in their taxi times getting up to the north runway. So some of the things that we're doing is we're looking to free up that recognized bottleneck through some infrastructure change to make it one particular taxiway bi-directional and increase a turn, because we've recognized that with progress, well, you've got to, if you want to make an omelette, you got to break eggs. If you want to make an infrastructural change on your airfield or your apron, it comes at a cost to the operation. So that's the type of endeavors that we're doing. So we're trying to take a balanced approach, because we know we want our operators to have the best opportunity for performance as possible, but knowing that it's going to be a very challenging summer.
Right, thank you. And my next question was regarding the analysis that Vansa provided. So thank you for the data that you shared on that. First, I have a practical question regarding the analysis which was done. I'm not sure if you already mentioned, but did you include both regulated and non-regulated in the analysis, or only non-regulated flights?
No, it's taking everything into account, regulated and unregulated. It's what I said. It doesn't even try to make any assumption on the reason, just an observation, general observation. So here it's taking everything into consideration.
Okay, yeah, because that was actually my follow-up question, that indeed it's difficult to conclude what the whether the inbound delay is the reason for the outbound delay. It can be a lot of things, you know, in the turnaround process. Just wanted to double check on that. Thank you.
Yes, indeed. I think that was mentioned by Vincent that it could be for any reason, and that is another analysis to be done to see why the delay is evolving like this. Vincent?
If I may, the question behind is, should we acknowledge a situation, doesn't matter the reason, into the schedule or not? So indeed, an airport can absolutely be the victim of number of regulation, and delayed departure are absolutely not locally, are not because of local reason. However, should we or not acknowledge that, unfortunately, this is like that, and trying to absolutely stick to something that will not happen could have a cost? Afterwards, it's an open question. I'm not saying it's something to be done, but that's the attempt is just to say, this is what's happening. Should we take it into account into the schedule?
No, I understand that. I just believe it's a nuance whether we talk about the expected inbound delay. You can already, yeah, more or less predict that the outbound will be delayed as well with a minimum of X amount of minutes. But in case you are on time arrival, then it's difficult to proactively steer on that, because the disruptions occur in the turnaround process, which is after landing, and I'm not sure how we could tackle that in the expected turnaround times.
Hi there, yeah, sorry, it's Graham from Gatwick. So thank you very much for the stuff that was shared, and the Dublin piece was a bit of a carbon copy, so it's fantastic to sort of see that. I think that does, though, bring to something that Vincent and what was said there around Dublin, to ensure that we as an airport have lots that we are working on and need to continue working on, but from an ask of our airline partners, to ensure that we're set up to succeed. I sort of call it the self-harm aspect, where if we've got a minimum turn time, so for me, I have a big carrier has maybe minimum turn of 35, average of 52. Well, that's actually going to just be self-harm into the system. And lots of decisions are made on that data, whether it's here at EUROCONTROL, whether it's locally at our terminal control. And that's sort of wasting space on our runway in the airspace. So it's just that working sort of together to clearly maybe not go to what the average is, but actually work on maybe that 5 minutes of absorptive time that Vincent was saying, that actually would really help us have a plan that we all have a higher likelihood of actually achieving.
Yeah, many thanks for the comment. And as I said at the beginning, working together is key. Having a realistic schedule is key. It's not easy because you need a bit of buffer, but not too much buffer. And to find the right balance is always difficult. Any other comment? Yes, Rick.
Thank you, Stephanie. Rick Murdoch from ACI Europe. Question for Grania. First of all, thank you for your presentation. You touched on a couple of terms about NEO aircraft and the introduction of them by one of your major carriers. I was just wondering, with the mixed mode operation of LR and XLR type, are you seeing a difference in your planning requirements, where aircraft are operating long haul to short haul or short haul to long haul, which probably didn't happen before? Is that changing the way you plan now? Because this could become prevalent around most airports going forward with the introduction of those aircraft.
Thank you, Rick. We haven't done any analysis on that as of yet, but I think that's really something to look at, to see what the stability is like within that particular fleet type, and to see if it brings more I suppose, maintenance issues. I know it certainly has a big impact on ground movements, towing. This is the really boring end of aviation. But when you're integrating flights that are operating in different modes, that can introduce levels of complexity in the ground operation that hadn't been there previous. But I think certainly that's our next look for investigation.
Thank you. The questions? Looking around. Seems, um, seems that it is the coffee time, no? I think everyone is waiting for the coffee. So you can still maybe, so I would just like to say many, many thanks to the 5 speakers this morning, once again. And I think if you have specific questions for them, they will be at the coffee break as well. So you can enjoy the opportunity.
Thank you, Stephanie, and the team of speakers. It's time for coffee. Please allow those guys who are on the tour to take first a quick coffee, and I'll wait you at 20 to 11 to start our tour. So, and please be back at 11 in the room for the next session. Thank you very much.
Okay. So welcome back after the coffee, everyone. It's time for the next session. Yesterday, when I introduced Paul's session, I said that it was only that session and the network drink. Now we have this session before the lunch. Next session is prioritizing first rotation, or as we heard before the coffee, morning readiness, SAS calls it, as Karina said. So, Stephen, over to you.
Thank you, and good morning, ladies and gentlemen. For those of you that don't know me, my name is Stephen Moore. I'm head of the Network Operations Division here at EUROCONTROL in Brussels. And the slot we have is prioritizing first rotation. Let's be really, really honest. 2023 was a good year in first rotation terms compared to 2022. Jarek will go into some detail shortly to give you the scene setting, but we saw a reduction of just over 20% of first wave delays in 23 versus 22, despite a 7% increase in traffic. Traffic up by nearly 10%, first wave delays down by nearly 20%. That resulted cumulatively in delay for airlines from the first wave being reduced themselves by nearly 30%. What is left to improve? Now, I'm trying to engage you collectively with my colleagues who have agreed to be on the panel here from around the network. In response to your feedback, and I look at every single one of you and your colleagues who have attended previously, your feedback from previous years, we have changed our approach to this session. This also requires a change of mindset from each of you as well. I hope you had coffee. Let me explain. Jarek from the EUROCONTROL Airport Unit in a minute is going to do an introduction to set the scene. 6 slides. If you give them your attention, I promise you there's no more slides at all for the next 88 minutes, right? We have 4 excellent panelists after Jarek's introduction who will introduce themselves then and give their feedback and thoughts on this subject and their opening position, if you like. And then we've got you and your points and your questions. If you remain silent, we will end up with another unrealistic schedule and a very early arrival into luncheon, where we'll be held off stand and you will not get your lunch earlier. So we count on you and your interaction, your thoughtful points, your considerations, questions, feedback to really make this interactive. Because if you don't, and this is more a promise than a threat, next year you will get PowerPoint and then some, and it will return with vengeance. So therefore, we've got this unwritten contract between us. You didn't get an option, by the way, to help each other make this session work. I don't believe you've come here just to write emails from the Europa lobby room or the Europa conference room. I believe you've come here to learn, to make a contribution, and to leave with more knowledge, understanding than you arrived. So I've signed that unwritten contract on each of your behalves already. So to set the context then, this session was built to delve into what difference can be made to the network by prioritizing the first rotation and how can it be done. Practical examples, good and not so good, from the summer of 23 to allow the definition of the issue and a panel discussion to look at what practically can be done to effectively prioritize those first rotation departures and allowing for your questions and inputs as we go. So you can't say you weren't warned. We said we would ask for your inputs. We're going to ask for your inputs. So we have these 4 panelists and we have our scene setter. And it gives me great pleasure to introduce Jarek Nowinski from EUROCONTROL Airport Unit, who is going to do the only 6 slides in the next 85 minutes. You cannot say fairer than that. Jarek, over to you, sir. Come back and do that a bit. There you go.
Thank you very much, Stephen. Good morning, everyone, and very pleased to
be here today in the morning. And of course, thank you, Stephen, for keeping your first rotation very punctual. As you see, we are a little bit after 10 though, but it's still fine considering the first rotation definition. So prioritizing first rotation, what does it mean? In this very slide, you will see the basic thought about what we consider the first rotation. So this is truly the first leg of the day. This is the first flight that is made between 3 a.m. and 10 a.m. UTC. And we do understand that UTC is not always the perfect thing to really measure because there are differences coming to the different geographical regions. But still, for our consideration, it's a perfect example and something that we can base our assumptions and our analysis with. And of course, what I wanted to say is that this is the ECAC to ECAC flight. So regardless whether it's just one leg or multiple legs within the slot, we'll just take into consideration the first one that happens between ECAC to ECAC airport and in between 3 and 10 a.m. in the morning. So what does it mean, the first rotation? What does it mean to have the punctual first rotation? So we know, and as I said already, it is truly essential to have this first rotation done on time, because every departure delay will immediately result with the next arrival delays, if not only the first one. As we heard in the morning sessions, there were a lot of thoughts and shared information about the turnaround process. Of course, we know that some of the delays can be recovered throughout the day, especially in the next legs. However, this is not what always is happening. What is usually happening is exactly opposite. So usually the first rotation delay results with the arrivals beyond schedule, late handling, stand unavailability, passengers not at gate, not mentioning the most important things like crew management and so on. Recently, I was flying from one of the European airports and we were waiting for 30 minutes for the captain to come because he was going the fourth leg already and we were waiting for his fifth one of the day. The first rotation was delayed as turned to. So basically, the first rotation in our assumption is crucial. It's really the cornerstone of the punctual delay of the day, punctual management of the flight of the day, and impacts not exactly in parallel every other leg throughout the day. Usually, at the end of the day, it's very often happening that at the end, we have less flight possible that is leading to the tail swaps, to looking for the next crew and so on. So this is why we consider this first leg very important. And now a few numbers to set the scene, as Stephen mentioned, to give you what does it mean. In the core summer months, we noticed more than 300,000 first rotation flight, which resulted with over almost 3 million minutes of departure delay. The cumulated arrival delay resulting from the first rotation at the end of the day was over 8 million minutes. How does it exactly split? We, of course, do some wider analysis, and the first rotation departure ground delay is 76%, and the first rotation due to ATFM and route and arrival is 24%. Of course, the impact on the network is almost equivalent. As you see, it's 75% and 25% for the ATFM related delays. But of course, these are the aggregated numbers. So let's see how it really works independently for each flight. So the first rotation flight is 9.2 minutes. It equals to, at the end of the day, to 24.9 minutes. But split into primary causes, the departure ground delay is 7 minutes, and the ATFM it's 2.2 minutes, while equivalently resulting ground delay it's 18.6 and 6.3. I know it's just the numbers, but these numbers are showing perfectly well how much the first rotations is impacting the day, how much we need to work on recovery, because this 24 minutes at the end of the day is also the sum of the different delays, of the chain, reactionary chain that we calculate to know what is the impact of the first rotation. And this is the impact at the end. On average, cumulated at the end of the day, each minute of the first rotation departure delay led to 2.7 minute arrival delay across the network. Each minute of the first rotation ground delay led to 2.7 minutes, and each minute of the first rotation departure delay to ATFM, due to ATFM led to 2 minutes of arrival delay across the network. I'm leaving this slide at the end. I'm leaving this information to you and hand over back to you, Stephen. Thank you.
Thank you, Eric. So the scene is set. It gives me great pleasure to in turn introduce each of the panelists who will have 5 to 7 to 10 minutes as they see fit to just give their opening statements, their opening position, and their thoughts and feedback from their summer last year and anything that they think of for this year. We will go through each of the 4 panelists without interruption, as it were. So if you have a question, write it down. There's a bit of paper in front of you. There's hands. You can write on those too. There's tablets that you're using and things like that. Please note the question and we will open up for questions immediately after we finish. So it gives me great pleasure to introduce our first speaker on our panel, Dirk from Royal Schiphol Group, Amsterdam Airport. It's great to see you again, Dirk. Dirk will tell you all about himself and his background, but also the position and the experiences at Schiphol last year. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much, Stephen. And I'm afraid 5 to 7 minutes won't nearly be enough to, well, have a proper position at what Schiphol does, but at least we give it a try. First start to introduce myself. Dirk Bresser. I've been a background at Schiphol Airport for the last 20 years. And the last year I've been in a lucky position to join, amongst others, Tony at the airport function as a secondee. So really try to see the network process from here and at the same time working from Schiphol towards a network perspective. And in terms of what we are facing at Schiphol, I first want to ask a question at all of you. Who is actually here representing airports? Please raise your hand. Okay. Well, thank you so much for raising your hand, because in general, we do see, as airports are only part of the ATM network since 2019, that the maturity level of decision-making on airports in general might not be at the level of, well, let's say the airlines and ATM in general. But at least we are trying to do so. At the same time, I want to make this point clear that airport operations, it's not only the binary level of aircraft demand and capacity. We also have to face the passenger flows. We have to face the baggage flows. We have to face the cargo flows. So in that sense, it's multiple logistical flows coming together at these airports. So there's the direct cause and effect in terms of on-time performance, but there's also the indirect cause and effect in terms of airport performance. And I want to dive into that a little bit deeper. Already starting by a definition. Jarek mentioned something about first rotation, but the airport that we are facing transfer packs, actually the first wave of our airport performance is based on an arrival flow. So we're not going off to a head start each day. We're actually on a handicap start already, because now I'll give you a practical example where we see that the first flow of the day has been based on, well, over demand already. Not always caused by delayed arrivals, but as much caused by early arrivals. And what we do see is these early arrivals are triggering sometimes over demand in our first wave already. And in that sense, then we start off the day by having delays for flights, which were about on time, but have an ATFM delay already, induced by over demand, created in turn by early arrivals, in turn leading to, well, the first start of the day, where we do see that we start off with 30% of reactionary delays already. So this is what we saw last year, and we've really been keen on what can we do about this, and what can we actually do as an airport, and how can NM help us in that sense? Because, well, basically it all starts with garbage in is garbage out. And if we start each day like that, how can we make sure that the on-time performance in general for airports be increased or improved by the end of the day? And what we did see is the reactionary delays goes as much as 160% of the first wave will be, well, increased delays during the whole day. So it's virtually impossible to make up these delays. As Vincent mentioned in the earlier presentation already, like, okay, how can we absorb delays with, for example, improving ground times? But at the same time, we have customers, airlines, very much wondering how an airline sees increasing ground time, having their most critical and expensive assets being the aircraft, wanting it to fly as much as possible and perform as many legs in a day, which is possible. So this is what we try to kind of facilitate all at the same time. But as an airport, what we've been able to last year is actually to see what cause and effect there are on these first wave. And we do see it, for example, for the passenger flows. What we do see at the first wave, we can identify critical flights having, for example, non-Schengen arrivals. If we have early or late arrivals in the first peak on that sense, you end up, you're probably aware of that as well, in the queue as a passenger eventually, because we cannot facilitate this by either the border police or the transfer security processes, and thus increasing the delays on the first outbound wave again. And in that sense, at the APOP, we are now ready at D-1, so basically try to get proactive on it to already pinpoint the critical flights to, well, let's say, to be highlighted on the effects of these flights being either early or late, have in that sense that extent that that they increase the delays of all the other flights at the airport. And we are able to identify those flights. The only thing is, and the question remains, is what can we do with these flights? There's no such process as critical flights for airports as of yet, as the airlines actually are very well aware of. But for the airports, we might see the same, that there actually might be critical flights from airport perspective. And that was one question I have for the room, for the other panelists as well. What can we do as airports to really be able to get on top of the game? And that's where I want to leave it for now.
Thank you indeed, Dirk. Some interesting points there. As I say, we'll just allow the other panelists to speak and then we'll come back. A couple of really interesting points though. Early arrivals, I'll say it as Dirk was being a bit diplomatic, transatlantic early arrivals are screwing the first rotation out of Schiphol. What can be done about that? We can't control the wind, we know that, so what other options exist? And potentially controversially, a little element there of maybe an airport should be able to, through the NMOC, declare various flights critical like an airline can. And how would that work? Okay. So thank you for that, Dirk. It now gives me great pleasure to introduce Steve Fox from NATS, the ANSP in the United Kingdom. Steve, over to you, sir.
Thank you very much, Stephen. Good morning, everybody. I'm Steve Fox. I'm Head of Network Operations for NATS. That includes the planning, the seasonal planning, the tactical FMP, and the post-operational analysis as well. I had a lot planned to say for this session, and I think it's fair to say that from yesterday, the excellent presentation from Anare and this morning from Grania at Dublin particularly, it set the scene perfectly for this session. And everything I was going to say has gone out the window. And I think that this is because it's all about, for me, mutual understanding of each other's operations. And the deeper we can go into everybody's individual problems at airlines and airports and ANSPs and actually understand each other, that's how the improvements can start to bring together. Now, I'll give some examples of that. So this is the appreciation across stakeholders. Dirk's just taken us through the Amsterdam issues, which we can all identify with as well. And then also I'll talk about some of the direct actions that we've been taking from a technical perspective as an ANSP to help with the situation as well, particularly for next summer. So altogether now, the whole premise of it, and Stephanie referred to it this morning, is absolutely what this is all about. And as understanding as an ANSP, some of the deep-rooted issues within airports and airlines has been of significant benefit. So this winter, we've sent people to airlines and airports, and we've received visits to the FMP from airlines and airports to better understand those issues. So We now as an NSP can understand all the constraints that Dirk's just talked about, that Gronja's just talked about, and the importance of getting those flights on time. We are also regulated to deliver on-time performance first rotation by our ANSP and our service quality metrics. So it's in our DNA, certainly within NATS, absolute to focus on the customer, reduce delay as much as we can. And then it's the discussion now to get into as to why things happen, how they do. So understanding the impact on airport closures, crew hours, constraints on stand allocation, all the things that go on at the airport is absolutely essential for an ANSP. And I think then, right, how do we practically collaborate with the airlines on doing that? And when airlines come to visit us in the FMP, we impress upon them some of the Altogether Now principles, such as EOBTs kept up to date, but not just as a statement out there to say, keep your EOBTs up to date. It's why. And once we can show the flow management tools, TLPD in that case, or the CHMI tool with EUROCONTROL, you can start to see the peaks and the times of day and how the ops room have to react to the traffic that's appearing. And if we remember the fundamental reason for regulation for an ANSP, it's to protect the safety of the operation and to protect the workload of the controllers. So that is the start of the premise for the regulation, and then it's how we can make that more efficient and more effective to reduce delay in the network. So I think the meetings we have with airlines and airports to help them understand our perspective and us go to those airports and airlines to understand their perspective has been a significant benefit for how we plan then the next summer. So in terms of practical actions, it's all about setting up for success. And EUROCONTROL have already got the first one that we talked about this week, which is deliver agreed sector opening capacities. You know, that's one of the obligations an ASP can really control. And there are challenges with that, whether it's resource or simple capacity delay within the network. But those are absolutely the focus of ANSPs to deliver the capacities that we declare at the start of the season. I think moving on to that, it's right. How do we deploy flow management techniques to better manage the network to avoid regulation where possible? We've used last summer quite a lot of pre-tactical regulations at D-1, and the presentations earlier referred to those importance of a D-1 plan that we can all get behind to create stability in the network. And we've been proven that to be successful in the impact of the average delay per flight. Once you apply a pre-tactical regulation, it often is much less than those reactionary ones on the day, which is what we're trying to achieve. Without regulations, it's then what can we do with short-term flow management measures? So how can we use, and this is a real interesting discussion for the impact to airports, minimum departure intervals. And particularly in London airspace, where there's many, many busy airports with first wave departures, actually the problem manifests itself at flight level 200 and much higher up in the airspace that we have to monitor, particularly for first rotation. So it's understanding how all these things combine to where the problem actually manifests itself in the network. And we could probably broaden that to the cross-border impact as well of other ANSPs. So for me, it's all about this season. As these trends appear in our networks, it's creating an agile ability to react to them as quickly as we can. So understand what the cause is, work together with partners to come up with solutions to reduce those bottlenecks where possible. And that will be certainly our focus. Stephen?
Thank you very much, Steve. So there we are, a different concept in terms of the presentation, in terms of the thoughts that are coming out of the FMP at NATS there. All together now, don't think local, think network in the actions that happen, and very much at the end there setting up for success and trying to be as agile as possible. And I'm sure if no one else has questions about MDIs, as an ex-controller in London, I certainly have a few questions that I could throw in about MDIs in due course. So without further ado, to our penultimate panelists, I introduce to you with great comfort and success my dear colleague Anthony Leggett, Tony, well known to many people in this room, well known to many millions outside of this room, an expert in all things airport from our perspective here at Eurocontrol, a genuinely real person with great experience, and one of the almost, if not the only founder member of bringing airports into the network itself. Without bigging you up anymore, Tony, over to you.
Well, what can I say following that? Thanks, Stephen. Yeah, so I'm Tony Leggett. I'm officially part of the airport unit here in Eurocontrol. And for the last few years, my primary task has been sitting in the ops room and establishing what we call the airport functions, so integrating airports into the network. And that's certainly not possible without all the other staff within NMOC. We all work together. I think we've proved the point, and it's going forward with staff recruitment, etc. now. So what do we do? So primarily, we're working at day -1, as you know, and we come up with a plan, the initial network plan. So that's, if everything goes according to that plan, we have no issues. We already know at day -1 where the likely hotspots are going to be. If it's a Saturday, it's a certain list of airports. If it's a Sunday, it's another list of airports, and anything else that just pops up with sporting events, etc., like Stephanie mentioned earlier. Yes, at day -1, we work with those regulations which are in place already. It's a great way to work. We know where the peaks of demand are going to be, and we then try and do something about it. So what do? We will look at an arrival regulation on an airport or an en route regulation that is causing bunching and a likely need of a regulation at that airport. We then try and select a few flights from that and contact those airlines. So everything we do here is transparent. We're not favoring one particular airline against another. We compile lists of flights for an airport. We email it out to everybody, even the ones not on the list. So everything we do is transparent. And what we're trying to do is give, if you like, a target arrival time at that airport. So we would see there's a regulation because there's a bunching of traffic. If the regulation's on at day -1, we will try and flatten that peak. And we will probably try and ask some flights to arrive early if possible. How to do that? Probably 70–80% of the time, the airline doesn't have to do anything. The winds alone get that flight there early. Now, Dirk's already mentioned early arrivals. It's an issue, but it's also a benefit at some airports as well. It helps to flatten out those peaks. So, or we may try and ask if it's at all possible for anyone to try and leave 5 minutes, 10 minutes early. We have a weekly conference on a Thursday, which is directed towards airports. We call it the airport users weekly briefing, but we have a number of airlines on that as well. And we try and set the scene for the coming 5 days, particularly the weekend. And on those calls, we are stressing where the hotspots are for the days ahead even. And we're trying to emphasize that those airports prioritize certain flights, if you like, through the security. We need to ensure those flights leave when they're meant to leave. If they don't, the likelihood is going to be sort of 20 minutes delay, 30 minutes delay, 1 hour delay, because they've had to put an arrival regulation, usually because one flight didn't get the passengers on board on time. So that's how we're sort of trying to balance and react on between day -1 and when we come into work at 5 o'clock in the morning. We're looking in depth at an airport level. So we want to engage more with the airports constantly. As I say, the best plan at day -1 doesn't necessarily happen on day 0. We have all these weather regulations which go on. If the weather's come earlier than we expected, or there's weather where we didn't expect it, it happens all the time. The other thing, it was mentioned just previously, unrealistic, let's call them unrealistic schedules. So everything we do at the airport function is based on airport slots or a very close cooperation with those airports which aren't coordinated. So if we see an arrival slot at an airport, we're expecting your flight to be at that airport somewhere +15, -15 on that airport slot. That's the demand. That's how everything's been allocated. So when you're not there, because you have an unrealistic schedule, because you've accepted an airport slot at one end and you can't get what you want at the other, it's unrealistic. You're arriving 1 hour late because the slot says you should have arrived at 10 o'clock, but you're arriving at 11. So we're getting peaks where we shouldn't have peaks. So we go back to the getting everybody through security, doing everything possible at an airport level to get those flights away on time. We do realize there is missing passengers. We do realize there's disruption in the baggage services. If that flight doesn't get away, the chances are the parking position is already allocated to another inbound flight. You're then picking up the phone to us to say that flight has got a 45-minute delay now because he missed his slot, and we've got an aircraft holding for that parking position. It's not an ideal world. Trying to do that at the last minute is very, very difficult. So I'll say it now to the airports here, communicate with us. If you know something in advance, or even if it's 30 minutes in advance, it's better than last minute. If we lose capacity at the last minute, it's gone. We can't carry it forward for the rest of the day. It's gone. It's lost. So both speakers before me, we've mentioned the early arrival, particularly transatlantic, but also late arrival. It has an effect, those long haul flights. There's certain airports around Europe, they have a night curfew. There's a number of early arrivals which can't actually land before that curfew is over. So we end up with flights holding. Those airports affected, they know on a daily basis, they almost regulate at day -1 the arrivals for the first hour of the curfew, because they know these flights are going to be holding. So instead of 20 arrivals, they've now got 26 arrivals. What that does is actually penalize the European only flights. So you have the first wave of departures within Europe trying to go to an airport where there's been a curfew. We have an arrival regulation in place because they've already got aircraft holding before the airport opens. So the European only flights, because it's the only ones we have any control over, if you like, are then penalized further. You get your first rotation delays, and it happens on a daily basis at a number of airports across Europe. We need to have a look with those airports, with the airlines concerned, to try and see what we can do about the first hours after curfew. It is becoming an issue on a, let's say, a daily basis. So let's be a little controversial now. What if I told you a number of airports, particularly at the weekend in the summer, arrival regulations are a result of deliberate off-slot operations by an airline? I'll give you an example. An airline requests 0700 at a popular tourist destination. They're told by airport coordination, you can't come at 0700, you can come at 0300, or you can come at 1000. Well, as an airline, I can't come at 0300 because when my departure airport is closed due to curfew. So I'll take 1000 on paper. I hear a few years from around the room. So what happens in reality? The airline or the tour operator has already sold those flights for an 0700 arrival. The airline still arrives at 0700. Now, it's a single flight. But if you've got, at a weekend, at 0700, if you've got 6 or 7 flights all doing that, sometimes you've got double demand of what the airport capacity is. We put an arrival regulation on. Is that fair? Should you as an airline operate delayed? You've got a 45-minute delay because somebody else who shouldn't be there has caused it. I'll throw that open to the floor shortly. So just put it into place. For a number of countries, we already have a system where we suspend flight plans on their request, but only for GABA traffic. Should it be something that's considered for commercial traffic as well? Thank you.
Thank you indeed, Tony. So some really interesting points there. And let's be really honest here. The Chatham House rules in as much as this is a forum to discuss and open. So your question is not controversial. It's a genuine question. Does airport slot operations matter? Do they make a difference? Should we be able to do something about them collectively? Coming back to Steve's point, all together now, are we really all in this together now if some of us are operating without any regard for anyone else in the system? Good questions raised there. And of course, a really good overview and a scene setting for you of what the airport function part in the NMOC is doing. There are some colleagues from the NMOC also in this room who can enlighten us shortly if they feel like they want to get involved in the conversation about what the rest of the NMOC is doing in the flow tactical area, as well as in flight planning to support and in pre-tactical. So a whole realm of questions really coming out here. I had pre-prepared questions. Now I've got a load of additional ones from what you've said. Now, just before it's your turn, so get your questions ready. It gives me even greater delight, were you even able to think that were possible, to introduce our final panelist. Two reasons for that. One, he's a lovely guy and a really good friend of EUROCONTROL in as much as always engaged, always asking questions, always on every conference call, always asking critical questions, not just on behalf of his own airline, but from the airspace users as a whole. And also because he stood in today at very short notice for a panelist who unfortunately is unwell. It gives me great pleasure to introduce Bjorn Tiffert, not only the ATC manager from TUI Fly Group, but also our chair of the AOG as well. Thank you and good morning.
Thank you, Stephen, and good morning, everybody. The joy of being the last panelist speaking. So I have the leftovers, I guess, but also great new ideas. So some of mine went already down the drain. What shall I say? I think the concept or why first rotation punctuality is so crucial, I think we all know why. Question is now, how do we tackle it? And I think there's a number of good points that were raised already on this panel, on the panel before as well. Airports play a crucial role, totally agree. And we have been collaborating in this environment too little in the past. And I really much appreciate that we do that and that the airport unit facilitates it and has that network overview. Because let's be honest, and as an aircraft operator, you do not necessarily have that view. You do not necessarily know what's going on at an airport. You may know what's going on in the network, but bringing all this together is crucial, I think. It has been said before, we need to talk more. Probably not even verbally, but we need to find the tools to facilitate these things, like data exchange. As stupid as it sounds, we're still not there yet everywhere. Having heard some of the ideas, I really like the idea of airports prioritizing flights that help them in their operation, because in the end, that helps us as AOs and the network in the operation. Inflating turnaround times is unfortunately commercially mostly not viable, but also for another reason, we operate after airport slots in most cases. And even if it's an unregulated airport we operate into, it's very often a very small one, very touristic one. The ones Tony referred to, especially in our business model, play a very, very big role, and they're very sensitive to delays and disruptive behavior by, let's be very honest, other AOs. And it makes a difference if three more flights come into a very, very small capacity limited aerodrome 15 minutes late. It makes a difference for us. What shall I say? I think it comes to thinking about what we've all heard and what we have done since last year to improve our OTP and our first rotation punctuality is it comes to investments. It comes to investments into infrastructure, tools to create visibility for crews and even OCC staff in our case. and also into staff at airports, be it contracted own staff. That's depending on the business model for sure. But I wonder if we as it's 11:40.
And for those who remember from yesterday, this was the message that we all can ignore now, but there will still be a message saying it's over then.
Just wait for it. There's one more to come. Or we've failed the test, one of the two.
As soon as you carry on, the message will come.
Yeah. Okay, we're going to carry on in anticipation that that message is probably still going to come. It's just one more sentence to say the test is complete. Anyway, sorry to interrupt. We'll crack on.
Great, thank you. Where was I in my monologue? I think, yeah, investments. I think I was talking about investments, and we have invested into infrastructure, IT, and staff. And I think one thing we all learned, especially over COVID, was we pay too little attention to our ground staff at the airports. We let them go. We probably didn't pay them enough, and they have not come back. So it took quite a while. Last year was, for our operation, it wasn't really good, and we invested heavily in staff and in own staff because it's easier to keep it. You have your hands on, and that turned out to be very helpful because last year's OTP, and especially first rotation OTP, was just not good. And there's a couple of aspects to it. It's not only, well, in the end, it's all commercial. Let's be honest. Passenger satisfaction drops significantly after 30 minutes of delay. Significantly measurable. Passengers who are not happy, they don't come back. And they don't make the comparison with another carrier. They blame that on this carrier. This carrier was late, delayed my arrival by an hour. Even worse, if these delays carry on as reactionary delays throughout the day, we divert in the end, worst case. There's more and more aerodromes with night curfews. And even worse, once you divert it, you create another noise event for the airport community around the aerodromes when you're positioning back the next morning. So we're not helping ourselves if we're not tackling these issues and probably spend some money and good ideas. Bigger fan of good ideas than spending money, obviously, but because we're creating a vicious circle, sort of, or our own airport curfews, if you so will, because if we create more of these noise events at night or in the early mornings, there will be more and more resistance from airport communities or communities around the airports in creating these night curfews. And in the end, we're all, as an industry, we're shooting ourselves in the foot if we're not tackling first rotation delays and delays throughout the day. And that's pretty much my conclusion to this. And I'm happy to hear your questions and look forward to the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bjorn. The perspicacious amongst you will notice I've moved. I'm no longer next to the panel. This is to deliberately enable you to feel like you can attract my attention as I slowly move around, trying to read, not fall over, trip over your cables, and also remember which panelist has answered a question or not. We have some prepared questions, of course, but that's not the aim, because we would really like to get your view now. You've heard, in reverse order, from the AO perspective, You've heard also from the NMOC, an airport function perspective, then from the FMP, ANSP perspective, and from the airport perspective, and the airport unit perspective here at Eurocontrol about the scale of the issue and the situation. So, who wants to go first? Thank you very much. So directly opposite me, would you just introduce yourself and utilize the microphone there and ask away your question?
Hi, good morning to all. My name is Fernanda Garcia. I'm a Deputy Director for Lisbon Operations, FIR, and also accumulating head of FMP. Needless to know that Lisbon Airport has maybe all the ingredients for the recipe of disaster on delays, very poor layout, very unrealistic schedule. Slot reattribution should be done, and we've been fighting for that for many years, but we cannot get all on board. The companies don't want to lose their historic slots, and it happens a lot what Tony said, that if I don't have 7 o'clock slot, I take 6:40, but I know I'm only going to operate at 7, so there are hours where complete disaster. But I would like to talk maybe about the first delays we have on the day, which is early night curfew. Why in 2019, when there was more demand, now we've reached that demand, but when there was a lot of demand, we didn't have night curfew, early arrivals regulations, and now we have. The truth is very simple. We have a lot of early Atlantic arrivals in the early morning. They all arrive early, depending on the winds, minus 30 minutes, minus 40 minutes. But the regulator by then would consider that an operational reason that was not in the hands of the AO to change its winds, my God. And so they would not fine, and us controllers would lend them all, okay? After the environmentalist, it's difficult word, pressure on the governments, they started to fine each minute earlier, not depending on the reason, okay? So then we started to have companies, a lot of them saying, I don't want to land before 6 o'clock. And although it's stupid because they will stay around spending fuel, is that good for the environment? No, I'm sure it's not. Is that good for the noise? No, I'm sure it's not. But we start having all these flights were not accounted to the 6 o'clock SHME flight list, and they would accumulate, and we started to have early night curfew regulations. So I think maybe we should bring more intervenants to this altogether now. Are the regulators here? Are the governments here? Are the environmentalists here? Maybe if people realize that the solution is maybe worse than is bringing the problem worse. I was really shocked to know that airports only got together in 2019. So maybe you should bring more people here to realize what are the problems, and the possible solutions might be better than the ones we have now.
Thank you very much indeed for that view from Lisbon. And of course, it's something we've noticed from a network perspective. I don't know, any of the panelists want to pick up and comment on those injects there we've had? Nope. Okay, I think that means statement well made, and we all agree with you. Just a quick question though, are there any representatives of governments? I know the Department for Transport is here, but I'm not going to drop them in. Oh, sorry. Hi, did you not notice my walk around? That's so unfair. I'm not going to insist you answer, but so we do have from the UK perspective, the Department for Transport, but is there anyone else here from the equivalent in other countries or the regulators to understand this, to bring that? The environmentalists aren't here, I don't think, but I think we all have a duty to the environment, so we can all understand the issue. Anyone want to comment at all? No? Okay, so the point stands, and we take it certainly as feedback from the session. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't see. Hi, Slavi. Thank you. Introduce and away you go, sir.
Yeah. Hello, Slavi Stoyanov from operational unit here in NMOC, operations manager in the ops room. First, just quick reaction on the problem in Lisboa. You shouldn't compare with 2019 traffic Lisboa. Lisboa picked up a lot of demand, and actually the situation completely changed. And they are on our focus last summer to go and help them. We went even physically there to help them understand what is the issue. Of course, we cannot do miracles in this, yes, but the behavior of the passenger actually is driving the demand, of course. So the airlines take this opportunity and then they fly. Now, coming earlier, before opening of the airport, is something else. It's linked to our panel that we're going to do in the afternoon for realistic flight planning as well. And then behavior of the controllers as well, that giving shortcuts and not understanding that this flight will be there. No, there's a complex issue there, I'm saying. Yeah? You can react on my words as well, of course. But to pick up also on Tony's work done in the ops room as well, actually presence of the airport unit or airport function in the ops room raised the awareness in our ops room about the problematics that the late arrivals due to the night curfew will bring to the network, and also all problematics with the bottlenecks driven by the airport. So we do also some other activities like monitoring the high delays flights, then if we see we can help them. But what I do in the ideal day as well, when I have a heavy arrival regulation, I will look on the departure, what's happening in the departure. Because for me, if the departure is not regulated, but because of the priority given to the arrival, they are delayed down there by the airport, we should look as well what's happening there. And this is what we do, driven by the ACDM functionality. We then address this directly to the airport and say, if there are people who have priority, they have to go. And that's the old problem. We discussed this in the early ACDM project, where we should combine the priorities for the flight when we have the airport and priorities for the airline. Unfortunately, it's still not done. We talk about this. We talked about total airport management. It's still not there. But okay, we have work to do, for sure. So I'm saying that we're working on it all together, but still a lot of steps to go. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Slavi. Any of the panelists want to jump in yet? I'm making my way back around to you. You're not getting away with not saying any more.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Stephen, and Slavi as well. Well, actually, if I may react on that, not on the specific point you made, but going back to the Lisbon situation, I think having been here, I was actually impressed by the performance of Lisbon, given the infrastructural and the geographical challenges that you face as an airport there. But I think in general, and it's one of the questions for the airline operators over here in the room as well, is that what we see is, for example, to break the vicious circle of unpredictability, it's the challenging part over here, because what we do see is, and well, one can basically guess which our major airlines are in Amsterdam, but the airlines are basing their schedule on historic performance. And what we do see is that when this historic performance is lacking, well, they're building more slack in their schedules. It's basically not. It's the same as the passenger. You know, if you know that you have to wait in the line of security for 2 hours, well, you come earlier, and that's what we see. So actually, the problem is increasing, and maybe the 2019 situation is not to be compared with the current situation, but at least in an Amsterdam example, this is what we do see, that we're actually getting like the vicious circle of unpredictability. We cannot get through because the airlines are building extra slack in their schedules. And once again, then we're back to the early arrivals, getting other arrivals in late. So that's in turn not helping. And therefore, for us, it really, really helps to be able to identify those flights, those critical flights on beforehand, to stay on top of the game and to, well, break this loop. That's what I have.
Thank you. again, if you notice where I'm hovering, we have some colleagues and friends from United and American in the room, who of course have a different perspective from ours in terms of early arrivals and what can or can't be done. Mark, Paul, you're welcome to be thrown under the bus, as it were, and asked to invite to speak. But your opinions and thoughts would be most welcome. Thank you.
Thanks, Mark Hurston with United Airlines. The early arrivals is an issue that we've lived with for so long. The problem is, and we recognize it, and we try very hard to be good neighbors. If we foresee a short flight time across the North Atlantic, and bear in mind that we are pretty fairly regulated as far as the speed that we can fly across the North Atlantic because of the separation issues on the system. We try very hard to accommodate an arrival that isn't early into, let's just say, Heathrow in the morning. So we will hold at the departure station, and in the past we've done this so many times. We've held at the departure station, we've told our passengers, we're holding here, we're going to be late off the gate because we're going to be arriving into London pre-curfew lifting time at 0600. We've told them that that's the reason we're holding. So we hold, we get airborne, we fly at the speed that we're planning to fly, and air traffic control tells us what speed to fly at. We arrive at Heathrow, we go straight in the stack, and then we hold. 20 minutes goes by, and then we land late. And we look pretty stupid as far as the passenger's conception is concerned, because we've held at the departure station for 20 minutes to accommodate the early arrival of the Heathrow, and then we arrive 20 minutes late. It's hard to understand how that happens. We're all in favor of accommodating and being a good neighbor, as I said, but when it comes and bites us like that, and there's a race to the stack in the morning, there's a race to the airport in the morning, we can be holding, and we can actually reduce speed if we can, and the flight profile is still efficient. We will reduce speed, but then somebody else will overtake us, and then they will arrive at the airport, and they will not go into the hold. They'll land, and we'll end up going in the hold. We're quite happy to go into the hold and do one turn in the hold at Heathrow. But if we hold at the departure station, we would like to have an assurance that at least we've done our part to try and accommodate the airport. If the airport could then guarantee us one turn in the stack and then we land, that would be quite acceptable to us. But unfortunately, that doesn't happen, and I can see why too. I don't know whether Paul wants to.
Yeah, I'll join
something
in.
there.
Thank you. It has to be a coordinated effort. It can't just be at the arrival airport, whether it be Heathrow, Paris, wherever we want to try to avoid early arrivals. And by the way, this is a problem that happens to us not just in Europe, but we have a challenge on these long haul flights to places like Sydney, Australia as well. So it's not unique here. And sometimes, our block teams that try to come up with the ideal block time, they just we can't change the schedule, for a different flight time every day because the winds may be this way one day and another. So there's just going to be days where it's going to happen where we're, due to the favorable winds or whatever the situation is, we're going to see that we're going to arrive early. Now, yes, we can wait at the gate at our departure airport, but now somebody may be waiting for that gate to open because we're still sitting on the gate. And so there's consequences of that airplane sitting out on the tarmac somewhere or on the taxiway, holding with at least one engine, maybe the APU running, burning a little bit of fuel, waiting for us to depart the gates because we're trying to be environmentally friendly as well as, just arriving on time. So it's a very complicated process. It's not just as simple as, okay, we'll make that time good. There's other factors that happen, and it has to be all coordinated to some extent. And then you add in things like de-icing and other factors that all of a sudden throw the whole thing in the, and I can guarantee you that the controllers at Chicago Center or at New York or even Moncton, probably the last thing they care about is what time you're going to arrive at London or Paris. They're more concerned with the safety at that moment with separating aircraft and doing whatever they have to do to ensure the safe skies in their particular sector. So it means there has to be an awareness of a lot of different individuals to make this a consistently successful and beneficial process. It might be able to get done, but it's not going to be something that can just be done overnight.
Thank you, both Paul and Mark, for those really interesting points. It brings me a little bit to the overall description of what we're trying to do here. And we're trying to, as all actors, conduct a performance of a ballet. And if one of the ballet dancers has a slight dodgy ankle, then the ballet is slightly out of kilter. If the flautist has got a sore lip, the music isn't going to be so good, and so on and so forth. The whole of the network is a complicated ballet in the sky that requires so many interactions between so many different nodes. And whilst we sit here in Europa, and whilst we consider the issues in Europe, we also have to consider quite clearly what's going on elsewhere and the effects there. The flight to Sydney, in some way or other, from, let's say, LA, causes problems in the European network. And we can't just fix that overnight, as you say, but we can take an altogether approach, an altogether now approach in a much wider sphere. And of course, from yesterday, we've also got the FAA here. But what I want to do is throw my ex-colleague under the bus, Steve, a little bit from NATS, from the ANSP perspective then. So we've heard from the airport, we've heard from the airlines, we've heard from the airport panelists there as well. So from an ANSP perspective, you'll notice I'm stood next to some colleagues from DFS as well. So it's not just on you, of course. Other people can answer. AirNav from Ireland are here as well. What is it, do you think, that you can do differently, or that you could do in recognition of this early arrival problem? When we used to control Concorde in the morning, it never held. Didn't have enough fuel to hold. So there are ways of getting aircraft past the holding traffic. Okay, I show my age there now, but what can be done?
Thank you, Stephen. Mark and Paul will know that this is a hot topic, as they've said for many years, that we discuss at the OPA all the time, how we balance the out of area traffic that we can't regulate coming into airspace, European airspace. And we spoke earlier about, I can't remember who it was, about the impact then on the short haul network that get disproportionately impacted by that as a result. And fundamentally, holding creates a sustainability issue that we now need to address as an industry as well to reduce the holding. So essentially the perfect storm's just got thicker and thicker with more challenges facing it. I think from a concept perspective, out of area target time of arrival is probably one of the solutions to move towards, which Tony, you referred to target time of arrival, didn't you? And I think those closer to that concept, I can see Mark shaking his head, just to try and blend in the European ATM system with out of area traffic. Somehow a solution has to be addressed to bring those two things together. But I appreciate other views on that.
Thank you. And I'll come to those in a second if someone wants to jump in. Interestingly, there is an airport further east than London where the arrival of the the departure of the transatlantics is affected by the late arrival of the European schedule. So it's not just being done to us coming across the pond. It is also happening within Europe by the late rotations following the first rotation. So it's not just a one-way traffic. Anyone from DFS? Thank you, sir. You introduce yourself and your point and your comment.
Not from DFS, but James Boyle from British Airways. Just to follow up on your target time of arrival point. I think one of the things that does need to be bear in mind is that there is a lot of different initiatives that are being placed on airlines at the moment, and it's very difficult to keep on top of all of them. So if you think of the various sustainability things, the night jet bans, all the rest of it that we're having to consider, the latest issue of target time of arrival, if you think of our flights come back from the US, we can potentially slow a flight down by 5 or 10 minutes, something like that. But actually, you're in a very, very fine sweet spot before you start burning more fuel. And I think the concern is here that if everyone starts doing something different, there is more and more processes that an airline needs to follow that are very difficult to stick to.
Thank you. So not brilliantly straightforward. Steve, did you want to reply?
just that I absolutely understand that, and you know, those are the discussions. I wasn't suggesting target times of arrival are the silver bullet here. It's an option, but it's how we blend the different traffic types coming in and the different trends that are going in the network. That's the key.
Thanks, and thank you yourself from British Airways. Thank you from DFS.
Yeah, to me, I'm Holger Schneider from Karlsruhe, and to me, it's a very nice bridge to the topic that we are facing this afternoon from the ASP side, because air traffic controllers working in the sector have no idea about target times at airports, and all they think of is to work as expeditiously as possible. And every single controller has the idea that shortening flights and expediting everything is good for the whole network. But obviously, there are many areas we face problems now that show us that there is a bigger picture behind this, and deviating too much from the flight plan probably causes more problems in general than it helps. And it is very difficult to convince the single air traffic controller that there's a bigger picture behind where he has no idea of, or he doesn't see, because in his position he is working. Probably there's currently not so much to do, but further down the line there is a busy situation, or the situations at the airports, which is to some extent known to us, but probably this is a good point we need to bring up to our controllers and raise the awareness that this is a problem as well. We started very early, a couple of years ago, with promoting the idea of adherence to the flight plan, because we were and still suffer from the appearance of unannounced traffic in several sectors. And I guess this is another topic we put to this. Yeah, I guess the colleagues from the airliner community know that it's very difficult if we have a large community of people. We are speaking alone for Karlsruhe for 500 air traffic controllers to change the way of working. All the years before it was expeditious, and now we are facing other challenges we have to deal with. So I think it's a very nice idea, or it's a very nice bridge to the topic that we are listening to later on. Thanks.
Thank you, but we're not there yet. We've got a little bit more time before we go in. There's a couple of hands raised, so I'll go to Dirk to respond, and then to Joe from AirNav to bring up. And then if we don't, in those two comments, change the subject, I'm going to insist on a subject change, still under prioritising first rotation, to discuss some other things. And Vern, did you want to speak as well? So there's three speakers in that order: Dirk, then Joe, then Vern. Dirk.
Great, thank you. And thank you for the valuable comments as well. And these are actually the questions that we have from an airport point of view as well, because we can get into concepts like TTA. And obviously, as an airport, we want to have grip on the inbound process as well. But more straightforward processes like our ANSP, there's no such thing as best plan, best served. And I can come from a traffic controller, and from workload perspective, we can completely agree with that. But at the same time, we see, for example, flights from across the pond where we have two flights from the same airline. One is an hour early and one is pretty much on time. The one on time being vectored, and the one early is getting directs everywhere. And this is actually, well, increasing the same problem once again. So even, well, at least in theory, a simple idea as, well, having at least a best plan, best serve, or schedule time, not only flight plan time, but schedule time, will change that loop and behavioral idea of, well, getting to increase performance based on the actual schedule of airlines. That's the point I want to make. And I was actually wondering in that if other ANSPs do take the schedule time into account, just as a question.
Okay, it's a good question. We'll leave it hanging. I can tell you from my years of experience as a controller, I didn't care. Didn't matter to me. That's just the way it was. I'm sure things are different now. Okay, Joe, you were next, sir.
Thanks very much, Joe Ryan, AirNav Ireland. Just a couple of items that were mentioned regarding target time arrival. The thing is, we're very aware of this. But we must remember that there's a particular envelope in the aircraft where it's basically not economical to fly. So, and that would actually could even lead to change of aircraft purchase, even, you know, because of wing design. So there is a variable marker, effectively a free speed once you file a Mach number on the oceanic region, and in the Shannon region, basically it's free speed. Now, the thing is, where we could actually work is that if we were advised on a message from an NM, if this aircraft has been held on the ground in Washington or New York, and that aircraft would then get priority going into London. So it's all about notification of what, that we can see in our HMI at the controller position. So therefore, an aircraft, if they're penalized on the West Coast, they should certainly not be penalized in Europe.
Thank you. So more to do there with data connectivity, understanding what's happened and giving the information at the right time to the right people. Thank you. Ben.
And that was going to be my point. So just to pile on a little bit, I think that there's probably opportunities. I think we have good interconnectivity now, ANSP to ANSP. But I think it can be improved upon globally so that, as you mentioned, that delay in Sydney will have a ripple effect in Europe, can be known earlier and more in real time with continuous updates as we connect globally all the ANSPs and their flight and flow information. So, and that's slowly coming through various ICAO standards, but I think that the more that we can focus on interconnectivity globally, then we'll have better and more actionable data in real time. And then, of course, there's work that needs to be done with the ATCOs and what they know about, as was said, I was a controller. I am a controller. Put my controller hat on, and I want you out of my airspace as expeditiously as I can. And I couldn't care less when you arrive someplace 4,000 miles away. But if I knew more about your flight in some fashion, then I could make a better informed decision about sequencing, about speed controls, separation. So I think there's work to be done in that arena as well.
Okay, thank you. Very much leading FFICE and of course, ultimately 4D trajectory management. There's one final question here on this area, and then we'll try and change the subject. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Victor Jagasits from EUROCONTROL Master QAC. I would like to concur with Vern, actually, that the controller's primary concern is to get the aircraft out of the airspace as soon as possible and as safe as possible. Yet I understand the concerns coming from Schiphol as well, and we also are puzzled many times in Maastricht that we try to build up a sequence for the lower airspace, and then the aircraft which we sequence as second or third goes ahead, and then we have no clue why we worked for the past 25 minutes. But if we knew what are the target times, I don't say that we can do it all the time, but if we knew that this aircraft should go ahead, then we could make the decision 40 minutes before when they enter the airspace and say, okay, for me, it doesn't matter if it's KLM 123 the first or KLM 456 the first in the sequence. I don't really care. When I have 0 miles at Eelde, I might as well just work it out the way that it works better for you guys. But the information needs to be there. And you have to bear in mind that while we understand that there are a lot of problems on the ground in the airports, we cannot stop the aircraft in the air. So I don't know, the London colleagues might know more about it, how effective is the X-Men right now, but we also offer the X-Men group to extend the X-Men in terms of using ATSB2, because ATSB2 aircraft can actually tell us what's the latest time they can actually cross over the coordination point. So right now, we reduce them by Mach 004, 350 miles out, gaining a minute, minute and a half. We could extend that to 160 seconds easily, which is almost double. But the X-Men group was not a buyer for the idea, because currently airlines are concerned that you're better equipped and you get there later, and I don't want to be lost in the hold. Well, that shouldn't be of a concern. So maybe there should be some communication as well, that even if you get there later, you're not going to land earlier anytime than you were planned to land in these airdrops.
Thank you for that. So does anyone in the audience or part of the larger panel, shall we say, have a question on prioritizing first rotation? We just need to make sure we don't go too far and the next panel topic. that they would wish to ask the panelists at all? Yes, sir.
Yeah, my name is Jörg Bauer from Lufthansa Group, actually responsible for airport capacity and strategic slot management and slot policy. I have not so much a question, but maybe there was a controversial statement that I would not like to keep hanging in the air regarding slot misuse, and this controversial anecdote about getting a slot, an airport slot at 7 o'clock and flying, departing at 10. Certainly that's what we call slot misuse and that's according to EU slot regulation and also the worldwide slot guidelines, if it's significant, intentional and repeated. And the repeated is very important certainly for scheduled carriers and of all kinds. It is sometimes a challenge with the general aviation because us like Lufthansa Group or British Airways, KLM or TUI Fly, you know where we are and who we are to address a punishment. But certainly with private operators of citation jets or whatever who touch down at an airport once a time, it's difficult because they might not come repeated and are hard to catch. Otherwise, I want to point out that this is not an unpoliced area. It is the responsibility of the airport coordinators to look after this slot performance. I've seen 2 coordinators on the list. I haven't seen them in the room this morning, so I take the opportunity to point this out. The coordinators are also supported by airlines and other stakeholders in slot performance monitoring committees to regularly address those issues. And they have a range of punishments at hand, from fines to lower priorities and slot allocation to actually withdrawing historic slots. And we heard lots of times about how important for airlines it's to keep the historics. So yeah, I just want to point out that there might be single cases, but those users are well known ex post and they will be punished. Certainly because we as an airline adhering to the slots, as long as it's within our control, we don't want our operations to be unpunctual because of the slot misuse of others.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you indeed. And Tony, if you want to come back, just let me know. But certainly it's part of the remit that the EUROCONTROL has in the regulations to feed back to the slot coordinators any deliberate off-use of the slots. But it is a general question, should we publish a list? It's data, it's not indicating right or wrong. We're very clear about what's regular and what's not regular. Tony, did you want to say anything?
Yeah, if I can, I'll just follow up. As you mentioned, GABA traffic. Earlier, I did say about the flight suspensions and that there are a number of countries that already closely monitor GABA traffic for slot adherence. And if it's outside of the tolerance window, which varies, those flight plans are requested to us to be suspended. And the number of countries who are doing that, or the airports, is actually growing again. This summer we've been asked by another 2 countries to introduce it, and there's 2 or 3 other airports also looking into it in time for this summer. You mentioned the historics, so if I use my original example, those airlines, yes, they lost their historics to those slots that they chose to accept at 10 o'clock. What happened? They come along at the next slot conference and request the same 0700, and instead of 10 o'clock, they now get 11 o'clock. But in the peak summer, they're only flying for a few weeks. They're not flying every single weekend or every single day. So by the time the process of the slot monitoring and the warnings that need to take place, they've already stopped flying for this summer. So, but we've had 5 weeks of where there's been huge delays at certain airports. So, like we say, we're trying to, find a way to make it fair for everyone. So it was just suggestions. Stephen mentioned, should we name them? Should we even try and have a discussion where it's so blatant whether the flights are off slot. For commercial flights, should we have the ability to suspend those on the request of the slot coordinator? I'll throw it out there.
Thank you indeed. I'm mindful of the time. We're getting very close to lunch, and we haven't given you another PowerPoint slide as we promised. So thank you for your end of the bargain. There's a question here for a second, but just before we go there, we've got about 10 minutes left. So what I'd like to suggest is we'll take one more question, and then I want us to turn the last few minutes before the panelists can sum up if they wish, just to what's the point of a pre-tactical plan? First rotation seems to be okay. What's the point if the transatlantics rock up early through no fault of their own? What's the point if the Sydney departure's late, etc., etc.? Just to have a little conversation around there. But before we do, over to you, sir.
Yes, thank you, Yanis, again with Amsterdam. To start, I feel kind of weird to answer here the questions because my colleague is over there, Dirk, but I'll try to stay neutral here. It sounds to me a lot of gossiping what we are doing. It's like watching it happening. Right now it happens, and we are just here talking about potential solutions. And I'm a very practical guy. I like very simple solutions for the problems. And to be honest, I think for every problem that we have mentioned right here, the solution is also in the same sentence. So if we are talking, for example, about early arrivals, don't try to fix it at your airport. No, try to fix it at the source. Why is the flight arriving early? Of course, the airport shall have a mitigation plan to absorb any potential, loss. But why is the flight early? Did it fly faster? Fly slower. Did it take shortcuts? Don't take it again. So the solutions are already there. And also with the CDM concepts, we are trying to optimize the inbound flow by practically optimizing the outbound flow. So it's also very a weird kind of if you look from a logistical point of view, I would say combine all demons, amens, bring one central system which takes also into account the arrival buffers for airlines, and say, okay, I see this airline is gonna be is already having delays, so I'm gonna prioritize it over another flight which can have a potential of 10 minutes loss in its arrival schedule. Why not do that? So I think there's a lot of potential there. The only question is, because that's obviously very theoretical, who is gonna execute these procedures? Who is gonna maintain and adhere to the procedures? And who's gonna say, hey, what you did right now was wrong, so the next time we're gonna file penalties or whatever. And I'm not talking for a certain organization. I'm talking about everybody, for airports, slot coordinators, whoever. So I don't think we should talk about the solutions right here, because I think we are stirring in the 1% margin, but rather how are we gonna adhere to the procedures, and who is gonna let's say be the overall head of it.
Thank you. Good point, and well recognized. So just before we close then, the first rotation, I'll come to you in a minute, sorry, the prioritizing first rotation. The first rotation is the only rotation really which the pre-tactical plan, I posit, the pre-tactical plan makes a difference to, because after 10 a.m. local or Z, whichever you want to go for, it's, the whole world has changed. So is the pre-tactical planning working? Does it make a difference? Should we keep it? Should we get rid of it? That is my open question to any one of you or anyone else in the audience. Steve, you gone for it.
So I think absolutely the D-1 plan does make a difference. I think, like anything on the day, on the tactical real-time operation, there's so many myriad of complexities, we can never predict what's going to actually happen. But I think with the modeling tools, with the post-ops analysis from previous equivalent days, you can start to build a picture of the trends that are occurring. And this is why I referred to at the start about able to act as in an agile nature in between. In the season, so we can adapt to that. So I think creating that plan in advance sets it up for what you expect to be the outcome of the day, and it is absolutely worthwhile.
Thank you. Do you always follow your pre-tactical plan?
Not based on real-time activation of change, no. But is it set up for success initially?
Yeah.
That's what we look at,
Okay.
and the post-ops tells us.
Thank you. Bjorn, were you going to say something? I didn't misidentify your gesture.
And I totally agree. And a pre-technical plan makes sense. It's just worth nothing in terms of first rotation if not every stakeholder in the process does whatever they can to make it work. Equipment breaking down at an airport, pre-technical plan down the drain. The airlines not taking care of dispatch reliability, getting passengers on board in time for whatever reason, plan down the drain. So it's a whole concept of things that, or a whole bunch of things that need to come together. Yes, we need to make a plan, and maybe we just need to discuss the plan more the day before. Still, that won't help with things happening on the day in the morning, but maybe we can even make it better.
Thank you. Did you want to come in at this point? Sorry, before I come to you, Ted.
Thank you. Thanks, Stephen. Robbie Hughes, AirNav. Just what does good look like? That's what we're talking about here, really. And I think A&M are best placed, in my opinion, to develop and offer a stakeholder playbook, which offers the best practices. And I'll be talking about ANSPs, airports, airlines, Met, and adverse weather conditions like the models that the Americans were saying. And going into the planning, the D-1, as we just mentioned, tactical analysis and post-ops analysis. And the post-ops analysis then would be data-driven, and we would change our planning and processes. But I think NM is best placed to put this all together that everybody can use. And that's really all I had to put it.
Thank you very much indeed. So as we approach the gong, as it were, I'd just like to offer the floor now just back to the panelists. I'll take the time now to thank each and every one of you for concentrating, listening and holding up your end of the contract, as it were. It makes it so much better. You all know how to present with PowerPoint. You all have done it. And you also know how difficult it is not to present with a PowerPoint. So I would also like to highlight the fact that the panelists came here without PowerPoint slides, and those that interacted from the audience also. So thank you for that. It makes it for a much more interactive session. I'm not going to conclude the summary with a summary or anything. I'm just going to leave the floor once each to the panelists for their own conclusions as they wish. There have been many points raised here. We will send around a summary of some of those as well. But to close the prioritisation of first rotation and to lead us into lunch, we'll go perhaps in reverse order. So starting with Bjorn and background to Dirk. Thank you, Bjorn.
Again, I think that was interesting. We went off track slightly into the next panel already, but it just shows how interconnected everything is. Probably it's flight planning is one thing to affecting first rotation punctuality as well, and it's systems talking to each other, as stated by the colleague from the FAA. We're getting there very, very slowly, especially globally. Probably we need to talk to our politicians to make it work a little faster. I see there's loads of good ideas on this, and I think we're getting there. We're getting there. We just need a little bit more effort, probably a little bit more money, and I'm quite positive that we'll tackle that one.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, Bjorn. Tony.
I think, it's been quite constructive to have just an open discussion like this rather than death by PowerPoint. Yes, we have some great ideas, but those ideas are going to take some time. For summer 24, I think we need to just communicate. I think we need to pick up those phones more or email more first thing in the morning, not at sort of off block time -5, but off block time -30. If you know something is going wrong, whether you're an airline or an airport, tell us in advance, communicate that, rather than waiting for us to hear it from the ANSP, because they've only just found out at -10. If someone knows something at -30, communicate it. So for summer 24, let's talk.
Thank you. Steve.
Yeah, thanks, Stephen. Thanks, everybody. I think the Altogether Now programme that EUROCONTROL run is critical to this, because that's what we all play a part of in it. I think today we've heard a lot about compliance for whichever part of the system that is, whether it's early arrivals, late arrivals, slot misuse, and thinking about how we can call out non-compliance of any part of the system that is impacting the other stakeholders. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And finally, yes.
Yeah, just making sure that you don't get an early arrival at lunch. So I'll talk the minute full then for now. No, thank you all, and especially Tony. I couldn't agree with you more on the topic. Let's communicate, and let me end with an example that we had of last year. That the Amsterdam APOC's been fed by KLM on a specific topic regarding an industrial action in Italy, and by getting that information decentral to our APOC, we've been in place to inform NM on this topic, which we were here at Brussels not aware of. So in terms of getting on top of the game, this is what we should do. And we can both, from an M side, I would say, take a proactive standpoint towards the airports from the airport function position, but also from the airports towards NM, because even these small events can help for the total network picture. And that was my closing remark. Thanks.
Thank you very much indeed. So great thanks to everyone in the room for your interaction, but particularly to the panel. It remains for me to advise you that lunch starts bang on time. So we didn't have unrealistic schedules for this session. The session after lunch will be introduced properly, but also includes a lot of interaction. So make sure you get some sugar, because you know you need to give some more input as well. I really thank each and every one of you for attention, particularly to the panelists. Don't forget, there's a tour at 1300 if you're booked onto it, or if not, you want to join. We return to start promptly, please, 13:30. So all together now, lunchtime. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay, we start again. Welcome back after the lunch. It's now time for our last session. And following that session, we will have a small wrap up and conclusion where Tony and I will try to just summarize very shortly the main takeaways as we saw it from the 6 sessions. But before that, the session number 6, disciplined flight plan execution, which will be moderated by Chris Peregrine.
Thank you very much, Ken. Good afternoon, everyone. It's lovely to see so many of you still here, knowing the temptation, I guess, after lunch. As Stephen did in his session, we will do in this session. So it won't be an email, a chance to do your emails. We are expecting participation. We have a couple more slides than Stephen did, maybe about 10. But apart from that, we are looking for interaction. And I think we've actually been, that there are sometimes the last session is not a great session. Everyone thinks, oh God, I'm going in last. But actually, I think in this particular case, we've been set up really quite nicely. Some of the debate that's happened in the previous sessions, particularly the last session where we were talking about cooperation and complexity and such like, from the prioritizing first rotation, from the schedules, realistic schedules. There seems to me to be a theme coming through from all of this. And I think we will explore that a little bit in this session as well. So yes, it's going to be interactive. I expect your participation, but and it is an important topic, and I think there's quite a lot to say. So I'm just going to start off quickly. We have 4 guests with us today. I'm going to ask them very shortly to introduce themselves and give a short introduction first of their experience, and also maybe a little bit about what they would like to take away from the session. I'd particularly like to thank Chris Woodland, because he's stepped in at the last moment after we also had a member of our team that couldn't make it. So we have a couple of short presentations, and I do promise they are short, which will then give us the opportunity to have a bit more of a discussion. As Stephen had, I have too. I have some already planned questions, but I would much prefer it if it came from the audience, and then we'll see how things go. So the flight plan. Flight plan is really an initial contract between ATC and the aircraft operator, and in many ways, it's still quite a blunt instrument. There's a lot of technological plan changes coming with the FFICE, which was mentioned in one of the previous demonstrations and one of the previous sessions. The EPL will give us some improvements, but at the moment we don't have detailed trajectory information. And so in order to monitor the traffic, what the network manager, of course, has to do is build a profile of a flight from that flight plan, matching it to the sectors to be able to monitor the demands. And of course, if a flight plan changes its planned routing or its level or its estimate, these data are no longer accurate. So therefore, the decisions that were made at whatever period of the planning process may no longer be the right decisions. And I think that's something that I'd like to explore today. And of course, as we saw in the previous sessions, the impacts are not just in the particular sector, and I'd like to explore some of what Holger said in the previous session a little bit further today. It's not just in the particular sector or group of sectors or ANSP, but also, as we heard, it affects the airports, and not just the air traffic at the airports, of course, but the ground handling and the airport staff, the security, all the rest of it. If something is not, if an aircraft is delayed for whatever reason. And then, of course, as we talked about with our colleagues from the FAA, it's actually a global impact as well. And so I think those things, I'm happy for us to explore that a little bit further and see if there's anything that we can do to mitigate. So it's a much wider thing than we might have first seen. So the other thing I'd like to do is, we talked about weather. Yolanda's session yesterday about weather. and I'd like to see if we can explore some of the things there. Flight plan deviation is to some extent inevitable with weather, but I'd like to see whether it really is and whether we can manage that better. And then, of course, as I think it was Tony in the last session mentioned about talking more in the summer 24, which is a kind of a nice pithy phrase we could perhaps use, but talking more in 24. So what can we do short term, and what can we then look at longer term? Tools perhaps that will help Holger's controllers get better visualizations of flight plans, or amendments to our system that can help the airlines as well. The final point before I hand over to our guests is that it's not just ANSPs, and there is a danger here of it being a bit ANSP heavy. So I want to make sure that the aircraft operators, the airspace users, get their input as well. This is extremely important. We want to explore the reasons why there are deviations from plans, and how we can help the aircraft operators there. One of our guests, Charlotte from Jet2, has some experience of working together with the network manager and with the ANSPs to improve a problem that was identified because of flight plan adherence issues. And I think that's a really good example of the all together now that Steve mentioned in the previous session. So so Charlotte's going to give us a little bit of a picture of that. So that's my very brief introduction. I'm now going to go along to, first of all, Charlotte, and then along the panel as they introduce themselves.
Thank you, Chris. Charlotte Flannery, Flight Planning and ATC Manager at jet2.com. I look after all things navigation and pre-flight ATM in the Ops Control Centre. As Chris alluded to, I'm going to do a little piece on flight level adherence and some problems that we saw a couple of years ago. And what I'd really like to get from this session is some healthy discussions between airlines and ANSPs alike, to see where we can harmonise and the things that we can improve together. Thank you.
Chris. Good afternoon, Chris Woodland, Airlines for Europe and Aircraft Operator Liaison Cell at Eurocontrol, along with my colleague Carlo, who's sat over there. My background is 25 years in navigation and flight planning for the Thomas Cook Group, and I came to Eurocontrol 4 years ago now, in the midst of COVID, and I decided to put my experience into looking at a lot of flight planning in Europe, and I've worked with a lot of ANSPs in this room trying to improve the situation and look at RADs and liaise with Eurocontrol and the airlines. And I think that is very, very key to me, is that the communication that we start to get with the ANSPs and resolving the loop before that was a broken loop. So we have the ANSP, myself, airlines, all getting into this loop of fixing the problems and identifying problems and monitoring problems. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. I'm Anita. I'm the F&P manager of Vienna for EUROCONTROL. So I'm the head of air traffic flow and capacity management there, and I've been working in this business since more than 20 years. Why am I on this panel? Yes, Chris has already mentioned it. It's an interesting topic, and it's a very important topic. Why? The airspace in Europe is getting fuller and fuller day by day, especially in summer. But it still has one goal that has to be achieved. It has to be a safe sky. And we're all in this together. So it's not about blaming each other, who does something good, who does something wrong. We both play parts in that game. We both have to see what the problems of each other's are and work together on solutions. We're not looking here for a perfect solution, because that is a dream, which we cannot achieve, but we can do our best to try. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Thanks, Anita. Very inspiring. Yes, I'm Salvo Stoyanov, Operations Manager in the NM Ops Room. Actually, my work is to be responsible for the output of that operations. And as such, I have quite a big overview of what's happening across the network. And with that weight, I'm coming here to the panel to try to summarize from all angles what's happening across the network. My former experience is air traffic control. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Slavi, and thank you for the rest of the team and the introduction. So I think you can see there we have quite a good cross-section of stakeholders. But again, there are more of you in the room. Please feel free to contribute at the appropriate time. What I would ask is we're going to go through, I think we have collectively about 10 or 12 slides. So we'll go through those. And then I will open the floor up to questions and discussion, and we'll see where we get to. Okay, can we have the first presentation? Do I press the button? Okay, so first of all, I'd like to press the button. There we go. I'd like to just go through a few numbers. In terms of statistics, we're still in some ways in the infancy of looking at this issue, but I asked our operations analysis team if they could look at a busy week from last summer. So they selected a week in August where there was no particular events, other than it was busy, as it always is, and no industrial action and no particular significant weather events. So as a standard summer week as we could get. What we saw there, and please indulge me on this, these figures are relatively rough and ready and it's merely indicative, but a total of 60% of those flights during the week deviated horizontally from the flight plan in the cruise phase. So we have taken out the climb and the descent and TMAs and such like. And when I say deviated, we're looking at a deviation of more than 30 nautical miles. So the point here is that it's a hell of a lot of flights. Similarly, 70% deviated vertically. So a lot of flights deviating. But of course, you may well say, quite understandably, well, so what? You know, it doesn't really matter unless it has an impact. We've also looked at, and these do not relate to as a specific week, but these relate to the whole of last year. We looked at flights, and approximately 8% of total flights deviate into a regulation. In other words, they end up in airspace where they were not expected to be into a regulation that they were not expected to be in. And there is an impact on that, which Anita is going to talk about in a little bit more detail later on how that happens and what that means. 6% of the total number of flights deviate vertically into regulation. So there is an impact, a significant impact from a significant number of flights. We keep a dashboard. We monitor what we call unplanned entries, but colloquially it's also known as intruders, which is not an expression I particularly care for, but unplanned entries, and you can see here there's various things that are monitored. We're monitoring things like the origin and the impact, where a deviation commences and where it actually impacts. And what you see there is actually a significant number of flights are actually origin and impact within the same ACC. That's something I think we could perhaps explore. The types of impact, weather there is evidently one of the major or the major types of the causes of impact, and then we have some operator stats. We also look at when during the day unplanned entries occur. You can also see during that summer period there are various spikes. They normally relate to weather, as you can imagine, and other events. So I think it's something that we need to look at in a little bit more detail as to the exact, a little bit more investigation of what events cause the most deviations, and then we have a geographical spread as well, and I think you can see there that certainly in Karlsruhe there's a main issue. So there is an issue. So it's some analysis there, as I said before. Vertical deviation is the main deviation here, but I think while we're talking about this from the previous discussions, time deviation is also quite an important one, as is the horizontal, but the vertical one is the one that we'll look at initially, but I'm more than happy to discuss any of the other ones. Weather is, I say the majority, it's 50% actually, so not quite the majority, but 50% of unplanned entries we've seen are into weather regulated airspace. The several regulated airspaces stand out: Budapest, Belgrade, Karlsruhe. Some of those reasons may be obvious, some of them less so. And that's something that as we go forward looking at this and we refine our analysis, we should be looking at the causes of that. As I said before, many deviations originate within the same ACC. And that's something that I think we'd like to explore a little bit to see what mitigations we can do there. I think some of that came out earlier on and is important to look at. And then the one that I have to admit I'm not always particularly clear on, but we do see patterns of unplanned entries at unusual times or at specific times, should I say. So in this one, 2000 to 2200 in Hungarian airspace, and we do see other patterns as well, and that's something that we can explore going forward. And then you also see certain operators in regulated airspace operating with particular city pairs. So again, that collaboration to try and understand why this is happening. So those are the sorts of analysis that we've done there. Looking at the impact of unplanned entries, this is in some ways fairly self-evident. Low level of flight plan adherence leading to the unplanned entries into airspace, either vertically time or horizontally. That leads to fluctuating demand, instability, lack of predictability, the things that we have talked about in previous sessions as well. And of course, then the ANSP, as Anita has alluded to already, and we'll talk about, the ANSP then has to take measures to ensure the safety of the airspace, and they can be either extensions of regulations, they can be reductions in capacity, and these can also be done at quite a late stage, which may have to be done at quite a late stage. So increasing the delay significantly for not the aircraft that's actually making the unplanned entry, but for those that are still left on the ground. And I think that's something else that we can look at, that okay, it may not bother that particular flight, but it's the other flights, particularly within that same operator, that may well be affected. I just wanted to have a look at a couple of profiles. Slavi's got a couple more examples, and I know Chris can talk at length about some of these profiles. In fact, this was one that he sent me, and you can see here a flight plan that we received in the light blue line representing the planned profile, and you can see that it has several dips and climbs within that. I'd like us to talk about, explore a little bit why that is happening, and of course a lot of this is, are they just paper savings? That trajectory is almost never flown, but we profile them into those sectors because that's the information that we have. So we're profiling incorrectly, and of course that can lead to unnecessary measures, volatile measures, as explained before. And as I say, these are paper savings largely, not always, but largely, and that's something that I'd like us to talk about. Now, a fairly basic diagram here, and I think it pretty much shows what some of the issues can be around a horizontal deviation. Of course, we've got direct routings, which are given quite often. I was an ATCO myself years and years ago, and it was one of my proud boasts that I could give someone a direct routing all the way across the North Sea into out from Manchester direct to somewhere in the Netherlands during a night shift and such like. Now, it may not have mattered back in 1886, but it sure as hell does now. And of course, you can see we give a direct routing. It means that the aircraft arrives time-wise earlier, but also potentially in regulated airspace that it wasn't intended to go in. And so we got unexpected traffic. It may lead to late regulations, unnecessary measures, because obviously the airspace that it is no longer in may not need regulating, and or capacity reductions. So there's a wide variety of implications, I think, that we can explore and impact due to the non-adherence to the flight plan. But there are obviously very justifiable reasons why in some cases that happens. But before we go there, I'd like to introduce Anita, and she will give us a little bit more on the ANSP view. Do you want to come up, or are you going to do it from down there? Okay, no problem. We never did resolve that debate. Just press the green button.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, it's written here on the slide, flight plan adherence, disciplined flight plan execution, same thing, other words. And what I would like to talk here is about intruder flights. So the flights, as Chris explained, that show up in a sector which they are not planned. And we have to differ here if that's announced before. So we have the same information, let's say 30 hours before time X. There are more flights coming in one sector than planned. We can cope with that. We have a very flexible sectorization in our ACC. But as we see here, I'm also a fan of basic drawings. We have a flight with request of flight level 360, calculated by ETFMS profile to enter sector A. With sector C behind, calculation continues into sector C. Actually, the flight now comes in flight level 340. Maybe he already told controllers in Turkey after departure there on its way to London, 340 is the maximum for us today. I do understand there are reasons for that. I do understand there are short changes in the requested level shortly before departure based on the load sheet. But the problem for us is that ETFMS calculates this flight after every correlated position report they receive up to flight level 360 for every downstream sector. So we do not know that traffic is entering our lower sector until it's there. As it's shown here, that is just one sector, one flight per sector. That's easy, doesn't do any harm. But what happens if there are 10 flights per hour doing the exact same thing? What happens if there are 5 flights within 5 minutes doing that? Our sectors get overloaded. And there we have the safety issue. Our goal is to offer you our full capacity, as good as it gets. When it comes to each sector, we even offer you more capacity than it is on paper with the monitoring value as we're working on occupancy counts. So we do not regulate these sectors when the traffic load 2 hours ahead is fine. The sector is well saturated, but not overloaded, that's okay. But then add 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 flights on top of that, the sector is overloaded, which is a risk. And what I'm saying here is even forced by the point when there is a regulated sector afterwards, because that sector is full. Otherwise, it would not have been regulated. So same thing here again. What do we do with that? Do we let our controllers just sit there? Yeah, there's a bit too much traffic, you can cope with it. Or are we trying to split up that sector on short notice, which would mean, sorry, dear ATCOS, your break you should have today is a bit shorter because we need you to sit on that sector. The other way around, flight plan requested in flight level 320. It might ask in sector B, can I have flight level 340? The controllers sitting there, they are service oriented. Of course, they understand that's the most efficient flight level for the AO, and they're very happy to offer that flight level. They don't do it in our ACC when they know there's a regulation afterwards. So the sector would stick into that flight level 320. But our controllers cannot know there is a regulation in the 3rd or 5th or 6th sector after that, where he will be again an unexpected flight. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, Anita. So quite a clear view, I think, from the ANSP perspective. These are the impacts that Anita and her colleagues are seeing and suffering. I'm going to now go to the other view from Jet2 and Charlotte.
Hi, Charlotte again, flight planning and ATC manager at jet2.com. I'm here to talk about the opposite to Anita. So I'm here to talk about flight level adherence from an airline's perspective. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to give a really good example from what we saw in 2022 and how we resolved our problem, really. There's lots to be said about what happens in an airline and the work that goes into these types of things. But there's also a lot to be said about the feedback that we get from the ANSPs, and we'll go into that. So I'm going to talk about what our problem was. So in 2022, it was highlighted to Jet2 that our flights weren't meeting our planned cruise levels within Karlsruhe airspace. And at that time, Eurocontrol and DFS called for immediate improvements from us. The suggestions in the initial stages were that we were to either be refused service within airspace, or we were to blanket cap our aircraft at flight level 340. And for us, our initial thoughts were inefficient for us to just go ahead and apply a blanket cap. But also, we didn't think that it would resolve the root cause of the problem. So what we did is we took that matter away. We spoke internally, we liaised with our stakeholders, that was Eurocontrol, DFS. And the items that we looked at started from the most simple of things as to why we weren't achieving our levels. So in our scenario, we were more often than not flight planning flight level 370, but quite often we were achieving flight level 350. We looked at the weights on the aircraft, we looked at the basics aircraft weight. We looked at the catering, the passengers, bag weights, and everything was deemed appropriate. We looked at the flight planning system. We looked at the software. In early 2022, we did a little bit of work in the flight planning system, and that rendered our maximum achievable flight levels probably a little bit more conservative than what was sat on board the aircraft. So that could have played a factor in our issue as well. We also reviewed all the guidance that we gave to our crews prior to this issue. And again, everything was deemed appropriate. There are a few other factors that we looked at that we decided to do a bit of work on. One of them being our additional fuel carriage. So as with many airlines after COVID, we allowed the crews to take enough fuel on board to basically feel safe and make sure that they were quite happy with what they had on board. Coming towards 2023, we did do an internal campaign and we started to reduce that factor. So a campaign in the airline to make sure that any additional fuel was factored in for the right reasons and it was documented for the right reasons. That's a longer process than just an overnight fix. So that was one of the things that we did to try and achieve those levels. The other two are a little bit more in depth and took a lot of work from the airline. So what we did look at is we looked at our aircraft cruise CFG selection and how we declared it. And we did a lot of work in the background. And we also looked at our FMC performance. And what that essentially did in the background was a lot of work from our flight operations team to amend what we had on our aircraft and allow the buffet margin to be increased by about 500 to 700 feet, which gave our crews more confidence to climb to the flight levels that we'd planned. For context, we couldn't put all of these items into place all at once. We had to liaise with the ANSP and we had to liaise with Eurocontrol to make sure we did this at a safe and measured pace. We went live on the 20th of April, and as you can see from the stats, immediate change for us. We are now hitting above a 90% strike rate, probably even higher, and all flights in Karlsruhe airspace. And then the question is for us is that we did do a lot of work in the background, and we did that because we knew that that would help Karlsruhe and their capacity issues. And this question isn't just for Karlsruhe, but it's for all ANSPs alike. If the airlines are willing to go out and do a lot of work in the background and behind the scenes to improve issues within certain airspace, what is it that the ANSPs can do in return? We never really saw any improvements in capacity en route within Karlsruhe airspace. And I think we'll probably have those questions later on in the panel, but there we go. Anita's smiling at me, so I'm sure you'll answer that question for me. But I'll hand over to Flavie. Thank you very much.
I could just say the first reaction is that many airlines, when we ask them to do something which is not the most efficient, they do it. That's really because they are convinced that the global network will be improved. I have a lot of those examples to give them a credit. Yes, yes.
We're doing answers in a minute, Flavie.
All right. Okay. Just very briefly, my point of view is again giving some examples. But before going that, I just want to remind you the regulation, which is actually telling the airlines that they have to file as they intend to file. But reality is not always like that. See here, I give you one example. This is the flight going from Porto to UK. And because on Bay of Biscay, we had a military activity and okay, the flight was under pressure, where to file and how to avoid that restricted airspace. When they did, they filed flight level 180 for quite a long time. Is it realistic? Nobody would believe this. And you can ask yourself, are they actually take the fuel as flying 180? I don't think so. See what happened on reality. They filed the same horizontal route. This is the restriction area over there. What happened? They climbed directly on their flight level that they wanted from the very beginning, how to fly. So with no blame culture, here we could say, what happened? Now, many actors in the network could play better the game. Now, for example, the people who have this route restriction that actually forced the flight to file at flight level 180, why they didn't actually move it away, especially when we have the military activity. So we could be more proactive to allow them to fly as they actually in the end did. They filed flight level 180. What they created, totally unpredicted counts for the sectors that are further on their route. And as Anita explained before, all this are coming extra to the controllers, but then the first controllers agree. Fair enough, he has a space, he can do it, no problem, but the rest, they don't know. So that's something that we want to address. And from an perspective is we're looking for predictability. And this is not predictable at all. Because what predictability will give us less volatility that we all are crying not to have, and will increase the capacity. But with false flight planning, we don't have it. So this is something that is like on the side. Sometimes the airlines are pushed to do this like an escape route because they have nowhere to go. And especially when the network is busy, it's really critical for them to find the route where to fly. And that's from our side. The network should look for facilitation. And when there is a kind of a limitation, then we try to find better solutions for the airlines. So what we could do? The first thing we could do is to remind ourselves, what's a CDM? We all have different objectives, but in the end of the day, we have to have the solution. And then unless we understand each other, we will not find a solution because the definition is clear. We have different aspects of the issue, but we have to get together to find the solution. So I was this autumn in one of the ACCs and I asked the controller at the position, do you know what's all together? He said, no idea. Okay, that's good. It's not his job. Do you give shortcuts? Yes, of course, this is my job. That's good. I used to be also one of those. And to be honest, only once in my 14 years ATC, only once British Airways told me on 4-minute shortcut, no, I prefer my flight plan route. Why? Because I'll be too early in London. And that's the attitude, in fact. But of course, it's very difficult educational process. Controllers and pilots, they want to go as much as possible on the optimal route, on the most efficient route. But to me, unless it's safety critical, the flight should go on the flight plan route. And that should be known for everybody, especially when the network is busy. If it's night, if it's now these days when we have the winter operation and ACC is not under pressure, okay, you can allow yourself this, but we have to know the limitation. And the altogether, as we call it, and then the new edition soon will be published, it has to be transmitted to all layers. It needs to go to the pilot, it needs to go to the controllers. People have to understand that in this game, we're all together. We have the role to play. And then ongoing support and tools. Yes, we're working on it. There are a lot of tools that are on the way. And then this INM that we're all waiting to come. Yes, we'll solve some of the issue, maybe not all, but okay, some of them will be there because we need a lot of real data sharing. What happens with the data? In the previous panel, we said this as well. If the airport is having limitation and this is transmitted to us via the data, then we can react accordingly with our sector counts and with our network limitation. The same happened with ACDM. When the data from ACDA came to NM data, we immediately surfaced that there are a lot of unrealistic takeoff times in our flight planning. And no one from ACDM can allow now to file unrealistic off-block time, which used to be a case. So data is very important, and earlier we have it, it's better, of course. Harmonization on processes, on the harmonized processes. Yes, many processes are not really harmonized. In some ACC, you have some ideas which are completely different from the next ACC. So we have to think about this as well. We talked earlier yesterday about cross-border. Yes, it's a big challenge for us. We have now experience with cross-border weather management, but we never have a decision there. The people who are on that call, they are not deciding anything. It's just information. So either we have something there to change, the airline must be there on that call and say, I want to fly this way because this is where it's the most economical route, or where I'm going to avoid the clouds from the west or from the east. We have to do something there. The same is for crisis. The crisis is not harmonized as well. So we're trying to do that, but we have to do more. So this is in me, for a very kind of a short presentation to inspire more discussions after. Okay, thanks very much.
Thank you very much, Slavi.
Yeah.
Just before I open the floor up to discussions, Chris came in at the last moment and so didn't have any slides or anything. I just want to give Chris the opportunity if there's anything that he would like to add to what's already been said before I make a summary.
How long have you got?
Well, we have 55 minutes, but it isn't the Woodland show.
Yeah,
so
no, okay. So for me, this is, it's what we can do for this year. And I think there is some quick wins we can do if we all work together. It's about working together. And I've put it down into 3 points here. So I've got ANSP, Airline and NM. Things we can do. So from an ANSP perspective, please stop putting RAD-provoking yo-yos in the RAD. RADs that use a point, and then the flight planning systems trying to optimize will try and climb again. I've pointed these out on many occasions. If you could all look at these, if you're close to an aerodrome, use an airspace. It's far better for a flight planning system. And, these provoke, different profiles. PTRs. I know we talk about this time and time and time again, but this is an inconsistency between flight planning and ATC. If it's required for a flight planning purpose, should it be there or should it be a RAD? These, all these little things. The complexity of the RAD. I'm sorry, I know Razvan sat here and there's a very good purpose for the RAD, but it's too complicated nowadays. Absolutely. Human brain cannot ingest it on certain axes. The CFSPs can't ingest it. I see many a day flights on inefficient routes. And of course, the pilots are going to ask for direct to try and get back on schedule. And this is where a lot of these directs come from. You know, in the core of Europe, a lot of these routes now are direct. They're pretty well straight lines, but when you're off route, you're losing time on schedule. The captain, you know, that's what he's there for. I want to make up time. I want to make up time. Direct, climb, cutting corners all the way. And I think out of your analysis, Chris, I think this stuff would be really good to look at. Was he on the optimum route in the first place? And if not, so the RAD, I think we all need to really work on it. And, you know, I've been looking at some recently on small axes of flights at 2.5 hours. There's 12, 15 RADs controlling that one flow. I mean, that's complication in itself. You know, where do you descend? What do you send? Where do you climb? Which airspace? At what point? And it's so many things that are not all together. Standing level agreements. You know, another thing that are used by ATC but are not published and hard coded. Do some airlines use them? Yes. Do some airlines not? No. Has a total impact on what you do, where you come from, where you go. Weight change. You know, we talk about weight change. Charlotte, we know her airline has done a lot of work on this. I think we have to be very clear that, you know, with the parity of flight levels, 2,000 foot can be a difference of 100 kilos of fuel. If that pilot puts on 100 kilos of fuel, it could make all the difference to that 2,000 foot. So it's very, very, you know, touchy on where we go with this and how it makes a difference. From an airline perspective, I've seen examples where flights are descending 4,000 foot to save $10. I mean, come on, guys. Airlines, we really need to look at this. You know, it's a paper saving. It will never happen. He will never descend. He will never level off, and he will never climb again. Probably because he'll never get to climb again. Therefore, you're wasting money. You know, the tools are there. NMP flight has been developed to monitor these things. Just look at the yo-yo column. If you've got it, you see the descent, smooth it out. You're not, you know, you're not saving anything by planning it, but you're helping the network by smoothing it out. Airlines like KLM, I've spoke to Martin, that's one of the first things they do. They will look at the profile. Another way of doing it, when I was doing it, we had a similar issue with our A321s. They were very climbing very high, and they were always descending and climbing and moving about. And what we found was just a little bit of an adjustment with the operating cost in the aircraft model. Got rid of all these profile changes, just a slight increase. You know, and the operating cost is a bit of a misnomer in flight planning systems. Do we actually know what the operating cost is per flight on every single aircraft? No. So maybe a little bit of work on that, because we're all in this together. We need to really get this working. The airlines, you know, this is a favorite subject of mine, and we will go on about this for hours. Captain puts on 2 tons of fuel at departure. He contacts the operations. They run a new flight plan. The level changes. Do they file it because they're in restriction? Maybe not. Late updater issue again, once again. Also leads into EOBT updates. Why do airlines not EOB to update and soak up the delay? This is something that really needs to be tackled. You know, can an airline change his profile at minus 20 minutes because he's put 2 ton of fuel on? I'm pretty well, you know, I'm taking a guess, but I bet 50% of them don't. I know we used to not do it. So the airlines can help in that, but we also need NM to help in this. We need to get rid of this late updater status. A lot of tools have been developed for airlines. The NMP flight is great for monitoring these things. I think an education piece. 2 weeks ago, we had the Flight Dispatches Day, and, you know, these sort of things we need to really, you know, address and probably do particular modules to show the impact. And one thing we don't do is we don't show the impact of these profiles. We talk about it, but we don't really get into the problem statement and how we fix this problem statement and raise the awareness of what problem you are causing. It's just, oh, well, they're descending, whatever, you know. We need to probably, a communication piece of that be really good. And for NM, I think, you know, the late updater for me is the one, because as we move towards dynamic RAD, AUP, UUP, this sort of thing will have to disappear anyway if you want us to make use of your airspace. So there's my ranting for 10, 15 minutes. And
thank you, Chris. When I asked Chris if he'd step in at the last minute, he says, I'm a little shy. I'm not sure I can really contribute anything. So a lot there from everybody, and I really appreciate it. I wrote down quite a lot of stuff here. I'm not sure I'm going to be able to go through all of it, but just in summary, I think we got quite a lot from Anita there on the impact. I think it's quite clear that vertical climb vertical deviations are quite problematic for ANSPs. Slavi's making the point about working together on this. We did that with Charlotte and her company with DFS, and we came up with some she came up with some very, very good results. So working together can help on this. We've also had from Chris the RADs. The RADs are quite, as was mentioned, I did notice Razvan nodding, in fact, that the RAD is complex, is perhaps too complex, and perhaps needs looking at, and CFSPs are unable to take it on board. We are ending up with profiles, the paper saving issue. I think that's something we can look at, and late updating, late updates. The perception is that they penalise ANSPs. They're reluctant to update their flight plans and update the EOBTs because of the potential for being penalised. So we've got quite a lot to talk about in 45 minutes. Does anybody want to start us off? Yes, over there, please.
Hi, my name's Francis and I'm from British Airways. I just have a question to any of the ANSPs in the room, as well as from Austria. It seems that intruders are very commonplace, and I was just wondering if you account for them when you are applying a restriction. Is there a contingency buffer of, say, 10% because you're expecting that in that sector that time you might have intruders, or do we not expect them to be there and it genuinely comes as a surprise when they enter the airspace?
Can I ask you to take that, Anita?
Thank you. We actually do that when it comes to weather regulations, where we see where the CBs are located, and we see there is quite a risk that, for example, we'll get additional traffic that's supposed to fly through, let's say, Padua airspace, but then appears in our airspace. So we make a buffer of that, reduce the capacity by 10% less to cope with that traffic, to accommodate this traffic. What we in Vienna are not doing is to keep a buffer on sectors for unexpected traffic due to flight plan non-adherence. But I've heard at the FMP exchange in December that there are ANSPs which are doing that. And I was quite surprised to receive from NM a recommendation, please do that. But that's not my goal. I do not want to punish other traffic because someone else is not doing the right thing. That's clearly not my goal.
Thank you, Anita. Okay, Holger, I think you wanted to.
I wanted to say a couple of words also. But first of all, I just would like to give a big thank you very much to Jet2 for the efforts they put in and all the others that replied and acted on the problems that we face. You might not yet feel it, but I cannot just give you more than trust me, the change will come. And why is that? And this answers probably your questions also from my perspective. I mean, I think what we are dealing with is about change management, and we see it also on the controller side and in the cockpit side. Both parties need to work together and understand the nature of the problem, and that it's important. And when we are drafting a plan, how the sparse capacity in the network can be used, that we are not moving into the cockpit and into the ops room, and we are doing anything, but we should stick to the plan. I mean, this is normal. If you build your house and the plumber is not coming, not showing up, you don't go to all the others and say, okay, now you can do what you want. The plan is scrapped now. So, and I think this is true for the ops room as well. Change management, the extra capacity actually is being put into our capacity planning. This is not an official thing that is written somewhere, but 40-something supervisors in our ops room and 20-something FMPs are taking decisions, and they also use their experience they have with the sectors. You don't very much like situations where you are being surprised by unanticipated traffic with a short pre-notification time, because as Anita stated, we don't have very good tools to deal with these situations once the planes are in the air. So everybody takes his own experience and the experience from others and integrates them into the traffic planning and the expectancy as well. So, and then now I'm coming back. When will you see the effects of your effort? Once the system stabilizes and everybody in his individual decision taking is regaining confidence in the predictions. And I think this is even more important as what we heard here or there in the past days. We are trying to move more to occupancy counts because we see the traffic distribution. If it's good, then we don't care so much about the hourly values or the historical things. We are much more. We can much better use our capacity, and that's our aim. Everybody wants this. We don't only understand things good enough. So let us regain confidence in the system. Let us be more trustful in it is safe to get closer to the capacity line, and trust me, then you will see the change. But it is an altogether thing. I mean, if only individuals are trying, we don't see the general effect.
Holger, I'm mindful that Razvan wanted to make a comment on the RAB, but before we go on to, I'd just like to take this subject to see if there's any more comments. Chris, I think you wanted to respond.
Yeah, if you don't mind. I was picking up on a point that Anita made about, if an airline level caps under a regulation for a quite a distance, you're not aware of that further down route. Now, a lot of the cases that I've heard about is where flights have been level capped but climbed through regulation by the same ANSP who'd regulated. Now, we say all together now and stick to the plan, but, how can ANSPs resolve this issue of knowing at what point this flight is changed? And I'll go back to Slavy's point, there is no way that an airline would file at 180 and not fuel for 180. The fuel is on the aeroplane for these flight plans. I will guarantee you that. We're regulated. And if we level cap, the fuel is there. So saying no to these pilots is not a problem. Nobody's going to complain because the fuel, all he's doing is saving fuel, not using the fuel that is on board. So I think this is something that needs to be looked into, is this climbing of flights into further down route regulation.
I think this was something that certainly came out from Stephen's previous session where it became quite clear that the controllers don't often have any visibility on the flight plan, anything further than their own sector or maybe small group of sectors. I'm going to go. There's quite a lot. I haven't forgotten you, Razvan. It's just that I want to just take this subject a little bit further. Holger, then Joe, and then our colleague from Bria.
I just want to add something I also noted down about regulated sectors. I mean, at least for us, we are not so much concerned about risks coming from regulated sectors because regulated sectors have some kind of protection. And when you put on a regulation in the summer days, you take them for an hour, 2 hours or something. There, of course, it's not all the time traffic at the maximum level, and there is some leeway. And of course, the air traffic controllers try to make use of it. And why am I saying that I'm not so much concerned about regulated sectors? Of course, they have my focus, but the other sectors, I mean, when everybody starts to refile, I'm very sensitive what happens to the sectors already close to the capacity line. It's not necessary to regulate them, but they are very, very sensitive for overloads. So what we promote we even tried to get rid of the information for the air traffic controllers, which sectors in-house is regulated and which is not, because we thought this is misleading. You put too much focus on this is regulated, I don't touch him, I reroute proactively to unload this sector, and you create your overloads in other sectors. This happened in-house, but unfortunately other opinions in our house, they were more for, no, we need this information, but this creates some kind of a problem. Just to add this to regulated sectors.
Thank you, Holger. So actually it's a little bit more nuanced than perhaps first appears, because if they know that something is regulated, then it actually may Okay, so they won't unload that one, but perhaps some of the more sensitive, that non-regulated airspaces might get more traffic than was expected. That seems to be the message from there. Joe, you had your hand up, and then I'm going to go to Francis.
Thanks very much. Well, first of all, I'd like to publicly acknowledge the work Chris does. It's absolutely amazing work. It's really helpful. Thank you. I suppose really like everybody else, you know, dealing with the RFL issues and the other items, you know, that we would have. But to address that issue in AirNav, that in the ACC, we would have a full dynamic sectorization. Basically, it's 68 sectors, giving us a total combination of 520 different combinations that we can actually make up the airspace. So we're, even though it's important to adhere to your flight plan, it's not really a concern for us. What really is a concern is the late updaters and late filers, particularly in mid-afternoons. We do have significant problems with that. We're finding that particularly if there's regulation in adjacent airspace, we're getting very late notification. And we would have a crew to workload principle. So it's a case of you're then relying on the goodwill of staff to remain on duty when we are having our plan, you know, it's pretty much refined. So that's one particular issue. We have another item, particularly out of area flights, and this is the non-timeliness or the non-updating of the EOBTs. The requirement is if you're in the IFPS zone, any change greater than 15 minutes, you're to advise NM. What we're finding, particularly in the winter time, is aircraft are going down to the de-icing pad. The EOBT is not updated, and then the flight plan is going through an active danger area. And we've had numerous events of that requiring immediate vectors from the intervening controller. The very last point, could go on for a while here, but the real main point is, well, to consider is the issue of, before we even talk about flight planning, it's regarding missing flight plans, multiple flight plans, and duplicate flight plans. And that's something I really would appreciate in the change management process, and particularly in the AO's SOPs, that particular element will be addressed. Duplicate flight plans, it does affect our traffic counts. And of course, missing flight plans and multiple introduces, you know, inconsistency and also unpredictability in our operation. Thanks.
Okay, quite a lot to take in there. So thank you very much, Joe. You talking about late updaters and the EOBT issue. I think that's something that we can take forward in a moment. Interesting stuff about multiple flight plans and missing flight plans and duplicate flight plans. Something that is monitored here in NM, and I'm not particularly aware of a major problem on that issue, but perhaps that's something that we could look at, or needs looking at, should I say. But thank you for that. And the other thing was that, of course, if I've understood correctly, you were talking there with the late aircraft, the late updates, and the late arrival of aircraft. You have your staffing plans, and you have limited flexibility. I think that was the takeaway from that, if I'm not mistaken. Thank you for that, Joe. I'll come back to the late update stuff if I may. Francis, you wanted to make a comment? Oh, we're okay. Okay. Of course you can.
I'll give you an example why that can happen. Many times we have level capping going into some water sector, asked by Madrid, because they have the lower overloaded. If we have two aircrafts, one coming from Faro, another from Lisbon, both at 3.4 and just one fits, we ask Madrid, do you prefer him at 3.6 or 3.2? And then he says 3.6, I climb you. It's good. It's flexibility and it's coordination. That's all about air traffic control.
No, but it's clear if it's a safety critical, okay, there is a justification for this.
No, it's not safety critical. It's to ask the next sector, which is the one who has the regulation, if he prefers him at 3.6 or at 3.2, because at 3.4, both won't go, okay? I could descend him to 3.2, but if you can fit him at 3.6 and the company is not prejudicated, okay. Yeah, the deviation has to happen.
I'm saying the deviation from the flight plan will happen anyway, because it's a safety issue, because they cannot be at the same time and the same level. So it's clear.
Hey, thank you. At the back.
Hi, good afternoon all. Thank you, Chris. Ronnie Friel with NATS Manager Network Performance. I would just like to echo Joe's point with regard to Chris Woodland there. Thank you very much for your endeavours over the summer. Chris, they were invaluable to a number of the operators and indeed our service provision as an NSP. It's greatly appreciated. Now, what I would like to do is just pick up on one of the points that Chris mentioned in passing there and maybe focus on it slightly more. One of the challenges we've faced this season particularly is around the systemization and optimization of the flight planning effectively enabled by the CFSPs. Now, what we find at this moment in time is somewhat of a disconnect between the expected routings based upon the design work we do within the airspace and that which is ultimately flown. Now, from the CFSP perspective, we understand the ingestion of the environment and we understand the optimization piece in terms of it being AO specific. The challenge we have is the fact that the standard routing document in which we provide is effectively our suggested optimized routings within that, the confines of the RAD structure. That's at this moment not ingested by the CFSPs, therefore that intent therefore falls to the resource of the AO to then effectively have the ability to select the most optimal route based upon the criteria. And it becomes apparent through the conversations we've had throughout the year that the AOs simply are not in a position at this moment in time to apply resource to each movement to look for that optimization. In many instances, it's about simply getting something accepted within the IFPS. This then extends once we start to look at some of the intended benefit of future improvement, such as dependent applicability, the DRAD work that's currently ongoing around dynamic RAD, the use of FUA initiatives within the way in which we buffer certain components of our airspace. Again, it becomes apparent that the CFSPs are not in a position to optimise, again, based upon these dynamic parameters. I think there should be a keen focus between all parties to ensure that that disconnect is addressed and that we look to enable systemisation of optimal routes as quickly as is practicable.
Thanks, Ronnie. So from that, what I'm taking away is that the CFSP, ANSPs can offer dynamic RADs, and this is something that we've talked about or we've mentioned just before, dependent applicability, etc. But if the CFSPs can't ingest that, can't take that, then it's of limited use. Martin, you wanted to make a comment, then Chris, and then I think we bring Razvan in. I know he wants to make a comment.
Yeah, I want to comment on Joe with the delayed updaters. You know, when we follow the rule by sending a delay more than 15 minutes, you're a late updater. Why are you a late updater? You're following the rules. You should never be a late updater for that perspective. De-icing, you know, when a flight is off blocks, it's most of the time it's out of the scope of the airline because it's taxiing. So basically it should be under control of ATC. Are there realistic taxi times provided by the airport in that case? That should be the question, because when you have a default taxi time and now you need 20 minutes additional time for the icing, you know, there are no realistic taxi times. So Chris, we are most on the same page. So a lot of things that I want to say has Chris already said. But my normal statement is it takes two to tango, Chris. You know, a deviation will never take place after a request from the crew when ATC does not agree. So this is the part, you know, it has to be on both sides. And on the other part, it is when a direct is often given, why it's not plannable. That's the question. So we can plan a direct so you get less unexpected traffic. I don't want to have the word intruder. Unexpected traffic is much nicer than intruder. And the directs will save time, money, and predictability for all parties. So please, if a direct is possible and it's given often enough, you know, the small deviation required if this airspace is required for whatever reason, the airlines has a kind of contingency fuel for that. So that's my opinion.
There you go. Thank you very much. And looks like that was quite a reasonably popular interjection there. Chris, I appreciate you're reasonably aligned with Martin, but did you have any?
It was just a response to NATS. Just a quick question. How is it that NATS are the only state in Europe that use an SRD when every other state use, the systems are geared up to optimize? I know this has been an ongoing conversation for many years, but it is the only state in Europe that does this.
Thank you, Chris. Let me react to a couple of things from the ADC perspective, please, because it looks like the controllers are breaking the network on purpose, which is not really the case, at least not from my point of view as a controller. Let me start with the vertical profile. Do we climb traffic and descend traffic? Yes, we do. Why do we do it? Because pilots request it. Why would pilots request it? For example, because there's turbulence. I can give you an exact number because our controllers can make a turbulence input of moderate and severe turbulence. In mass-reach airspace, these inputs were made almost 3,000 times in 2023. So that's how many times at least we deviated from the vertical profile, because I'm not going to let an aircraft sit in moderate turbulence for 2-3 hours. And in that moment, I'm sorry, but as a controller, I don't really care if there's a regulation 4 sectors down the road. That's not my job. My job is to get the aircraft out of the turbulence, because that's the first priority. And what could be done perhaps for the other units and for the information dissemination as well, that if the aircraft would cause an overload in that sector, then that ATC's planning controller or the FMP says that, yeah, I cannot take that aircraft at 360. Now it's out of turbulence. I have to take him down to 340, and that's going to be the condition of acceptance. So we cannot expect people to act on the regulation in the 3, 4, 5 sectors down the road. Once, because we don't know as controllers. 2, because it's not our problem. It has to be somebody else's problem. Then, for example, if it's about the directs, why a direct is not plannable if it's given? Because directs, same as with vertical clearances, are used for conflict resolution, as was very nice to mention before. If we have a conflicting point, then if you have a direct as an option, that is one of your options to solve the conflict. If I send him direct, my 0 mile becomes 5.5, I'm happy. But for that, I need to call the neighboring sector where it's going to be an intruder, but I'd rather do that than change the vertical profile. So I either change the vertical profile or I change the horizontal profile. 0 miles, 0 feet is not a good recipe in this business. So it's always a big picture that goes one way or the other. If I give a heading of 20 degrees right or left, then you're not going to be talking about giving a direct, but in the end, the aircraft will end up over the same trajectory like if I send him direct, but I didn't. So there's so many things from the operational perspective, from the direct control operational perspective, that we know it affects the network, but it is still our first job to keep the traffic safe and to keep the pilot reasonably happy, at least when it comes to bad flying circumstances. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that. And quite again, it strikes me as quite a nuanced situation where we're talking about, well, I've got to, I don't know what's going on down route, but ultimately there's a lot of other factors coming in there, and I think that's the important takeaway. Razvan's been waiting very, very patiently because I know he wants to make a comment on what Chris said about the RAD. So I'm going to go to Razvan, but I'm also mindful I have Craig here from CFS, from the Air Support CFSP. So Razvan first, if you'd like to take the floor.
Yeah, many thanks, and thank you, Chris Woodland, for mentioning the RAD, because if you would not have done it, I would have done it. Because the RAD is one of the main sources of volatility. If it is not the most important source of volatility. Slavi said, I went into an ops room and I've asked them, do you know about altogether? And they said, no. Let's go into an ops room and ask them, do you know about the RAD? When in 99.99% of the cases, the RAD is not respected. And I presume the example Slavi was giving with the 180, it was coming either from avoiding a regulation or really the controller ignoring completely completely a level cap from the RAD. And it is not respected. We have showed to the RAD community the impact assessments of the RAD. We have showed how many RAD restrictions are overlapping. We are showing in the recent days how one RAD restriction captures one flight. Is this really required to punish this one flight at 3 o'clock in the morning? Is this really required? We don't think so. So, etc., etc., etc. So there is a moment when we need to start seriously to look into the RAD impact assessment to see what can be taken out of the RAD. I was very pleased with the preparation of the summer season measures, with the summer 2024 season measures, because there was a lot of common sense in the reactions that we have received from the ANSPs on a variety of proposals there that sometimes we've explained does not make too much sense to do that. But what I've noticed also, especially with the Central and Southeastern European states, was an envy to look at a more global network arrangement of the RAD rather than looking at the thousands of individual RADs that do not make sense. Yeah, and I think this is the way in which we should go, on a more network-wide approach on the RAD, not only for the summer, but in general, and starting to take out RAD measures that are really, really, really useless. Some of them are historical. We have been promised at the moment when we were going to implement in our system all the yo-yo avoidance things, that there will be hundreds of RAD restrictions disappearing that are there because of yo-yo profiles. In particular, from a particular ANSP. I'm sorry to say, we did not see any being taken out, really any. And the system support is there to prevent such behaviors. So I think one of our goal in the coming year or years is to start thinking more network on the RAD and eliminating really the hundreds of RAD restrictions that overlap, and sometimes they overlap so badly that you can't even find a solution for a city pair. And I think we should think more seriously about weather situations, about stuff like that, and how better we can handle the on-off of the RAD when it is really, really, really required. And if from a network point of view, there is a predictability issue, we need a better traffic organization, let's do it together. But let's not change the RAD hundreds of times per day. Because this is the reality. The RAD is changing hundreds of times per day because somebody who might be a RAD coordinator, I'm sorry for them, might have an idea, why not changing this and that? Because I've noticed this today. And it happens only once in a year. And for that, we get three extra RAD restrictions. I'm sorry to say, this is factual reality. And we should get out of the conservatorism and old style of doing things and trying to make the RAD what was originally supposed to be. When I was born 50,000 years ago, the traffic orientation scheme was not looking like the mess of the RAD of today. I'm sorry to say, it was simple and straightforward and with a very, very heavy network perspective. I think we went back quite seriously with the situation of the RAD today.
Thank you very much, Razvan. Yes, in the 300 years or so that Razvan and I have been around, it certainly has. It's expanded. So from what Razvan was saying there, we're saying let's not just review the RAD piecemeal, but there's a network RAD that the network RAD approach should perhaps be looked at. There are a lot of unnecessary RADs. There are a lot of complications, and it should be looked at overall. Does anybody have any comments on that? Any immediate comeback on that? Chris, have you anything to add to that, seeing as you brought the subject up initially?
No, I'm fine, thank you.
Okay, good. Get at the back there.
Yeah, Chris, I'd like to talk one thing about what Holger said, what Chris said, and what Razvan said. You know, we have a serious discussion within Lufthansa and Lufthansa Group about flight level adherence, especially in view of summer 24. We picked up the all together now with our pilots. Our back office staff, they know about the RAD and they struggle day by day to implement in the flight planning system the most efficient route according to these RAD restrictions all over the place.
And our flight planning system struggles day by day in not providing the most efficient route, whereas we got once in a while advices from Chris to show, hey, maybe this is an efficient route which he found in the network manager system to make use of. That's one story, because our pilots want to have the most efficient route. So our pilots go in the aircraft, receive a flight plan, and then lucky us, or let's say, unfortunately, we in Lufthansa introduced a tool to optimize vertically the flight planning profiles with day-to-day wins and actual wins, which gives the pilot a transparency about what is going on in order to achieve flight efficiency, because, and it is not only efficiency, it is sustainability, because in all media we see sustainability is priority number one. For sure, for us as an airline, efficiency it comes along with efficiency. So now the pilot receives this information as well, and then it comes to the flight plan execution. And in the flight plan execution, he is here from this controller gonna be asked, what is your expected flight level? And it is not the flight planning flight level he asked for, it is the expected flight level. The flight planning flight level, the pilot knows. Unfortunately, because of not available digitalization, we can't give him this information. If this flight level is because of RAT, or this flight level is because of military exercise, or this flight level is because of whatever reason. And we are not there. We would like to be there, but unfortunately we are not there. And this is, I contribute to the colleague from Maastricht, which said, okay, the controller tries to optimize and take the most efficient sector. Our pilots want to go most efficiently in line with the controller through this sector. And yesterday we got the question from the Austrian colleague, of the EUROCONTROL colleague, how do you circumfly a thunderstorm? Do standardize to circumfly a thunderstorm? You know, in the day-to-day operation, and when you look at the Balkan area last year in summer, how can you manage to standardize such situation in this way? How can the pilot standardize and manage this? This is a real challenge, and I'd like to make it more transparent. We pick up, let's say, us in Lufthansa Group, we try to pick up this discussion with our pilots and to bring transparency, but it is a huge, tremendous challenge for us to make this visible. And we have to have also a procedure between ATCO and the pilot, that there is no misunderstanding in what is your expected flight level, considering RAT restrictions, what is the most efficient flight level, what is the flight level, or the way in this particular situation, circumflying a weather, a turbulence, whatever, or what is the expectation. We have this complexity and we need discussion about this. Thank you.
Thank you, Gerd. So I think what you're saying there is that the pilot has an awful lot of information, but he doesn't have all of the information, and it comes down to, again, and I think it was discussed in the prioritizing first rotation session. There's a hell of a lot of data out there. I believe it was Vern that mentioned that there's a hell of a lot of data, but it's not always easy to assimilate, and not everyone sees the same data at the same time. And I think that's one of the issues. Holger, I think you wanted to come back on that.
I just want to say, I mean, we started early years ago with being more pushy in-house with pushing through the idea of sticking more to the flight plan. So I don't want to say that we have more experience than others. That's not the case. But I'm a bit worried by the notion that it might be the impression that air traffic controllers are breaking the system or pilots are breaking the system. None of them. What I think is, and this is the discussion we are having at home, we are taking a tremendous amount of work just to brief our people. We even drafted an operational order. Our air traffic controllers are not at liberty to go along with adherence or not. They are ordered. And now we are right at the point where we have the problem. And I'm speaking from own experience. I'm an air traffic controller still myself. So what is the current definition of the efficient operation? Is this make the single profile more efficient, or do we step back and make the whole proceedings of the network more efficient? I mean, what is the use if we optimize individual profiles, but due to the uncertainty in the prediction, we have to put on regulations and waste capacity in the system? So the situation is as follows. We drafted, I mean, this is a nice exercise. If you want to try it, you soon reach the limits of the idea behind this. Draft an order for your air traffic controllers describing what they shall do and what they shouldn't. There are those cases. There is, as we heard from the colleague from Maastricht, there is turbulence. We don't want that. There is separation. There is the laws of physics prevent somebody from climbing for any reason. You have to give some room for all these cases. And in all discussions, these are the ones. These are the points we are faced with. Yeah, we don't aim for 100%. I mean, just there are so many standard cases where you can follow the procedure, but we always think in the most extreme case, there is room for them. But just let's try to basically follow the procedure and everything is gone. And we have so good examples for this, that this is working. But as long as we don't change our basic mindset about what is efficiency really, do I have the overview? Can I judge about this is efficient, this is good for the network or not? I think this is where we need to start.
Thank you very much. So I think Holger, you were saying we stick to the flight plan because we're never going to get 100%. We're not. We should be looking at network level efficiency rather than necessarily at individual flight efficiency. Thank you. I know, Slavi, you want to come back on that, but what I was proposing we would do with 10 minutes left, Craig from Air Support has been extremely patient, as Razvan was before, so I'm going to introduce him next. I'd also like to ask Bern from the FAA to give us, because he's come from outside here, he's got a different set of eyes. I'd like him to give us a little bit of an opinion on his view of things. And then I'm going to hand over to our panel just for a minute each, just to conclude individually. So Craig, if I can give the floor to you.
Yeah, thanks, Chris. Craig McFarlane from Air Support and the co-chair of the CFSPG. 3 comments, 3 topics. Number 1, the RAD. I don't think we need to speak too much on that, but from a CFSP perspective, there's so many issues. The biggest one is that the scale of the RAD is so large and some of the RAD are so complex that the machine cannot interpret it. And we get to a point where eventually a human is the one that's having to code the machine to interpret that RAD. And if the human cannot code it, then there's no way the machine's going to do properly. So that's one thing. What we've experienced with some CFSPs is that if they encounter a RAD that's too complex to comprehend or to comply with, they simply ignore that RAD completely in order to just get a route out. It won't be a compliant route because it's broken a RAD, but at least there's a route for the airline to start working with. Doesn't help anybody here, but that's where we're at with the RAD. On that point, there is a particular ANSP who has created a task force for their airspace to look into RAD complexities on Monday, actually next week. A couple of CFSPs, a couple of airlines, Chris Woodland obviously is one of them. So we're going to try to tackle some of the complicated RAD in their airspace. And I think, Razvan, that's a step forward, but it needs to be done on a network-wide scale. Number 2, the SRD doesn't work. Straight up, there are conflicts between the SRD and the RAD. And from a CFSP perspective, when we encounter those, we have to look at what is going to get filed. A compliant SRD route with a rejected RAD, you're not going to get filed. So we have to get that flight plan on file, and therefore we take the RAD as the primary reason. Knowingly, we're going to break the SRD as a result. So there's things that we have to look into from that standpoint. And then finally, the directs. And it's a personal pet peeve, if I could word that way of mine. when I get a flight crew coming to me and say, hey, I got this direct. How come you didn't give it to me in my flight plan? I look it up, run the test flight plan. Well, it busts the rad. No wonder the flight planning system's not going to give you that direct. It's because it's breaking a rad. But yet, air traffic controller gave it to me. Why can't I plan it in the future? Well, you're not going to get that guaranteed to fly and file. So there's this complexity again where as a controller, get that plane through your airspace quickly and safely, totally understand it. But from a flight planning service provider perspective, we have to abide by the regulations and the requirements of the airspace as much as possible. And those often aren't harmonized.
Thank you. Some really interesting points there. And I think the last word there that you mentioned, harmonized, is exactly what the problem there is. There is a lack of harmonization. You mentioned the RAD, the SRD, you mentioned RAD, DCT, all of those things, and as part of an overall review should be looked at. And I thank you very much for those points. We're moving towards the end now. Thank you very much for your inputs. It's really been appreciated. And as usual, if you give the floor to people, they certainly take it. I'm gonna ask Vern from the FAA, because this must seem quite a strange conversation, and I'd really like to see your viewpoint.
Well, it's not that strange, actually. We have many of the same conversations. However, I hesitate to weigh in on the RAD because I don't understand it well enough to have an opinion. We don't have anything comparable, which is, I think, perhaps both good and bad. But I don't know what I don't know about it yet, although I'll be asking questions. Within the FAA, with some exceptions, we are primarily free route airspace. So we don't, for the most part, specify how you shall file a flight plan. There is a European flight plan filing provider who is promoting their business within the US. And about a year and a half ago, gathered in Dallas with a bunch of American airlines and described the FAA as the wild, wild west. Things aren't written down. So, and part of that is because we are primarily free route airspace, but there's little guidance given. So again, I hesitate to weigh in on something that I don't know enough about to really have an informed opinion. But as far as the altitude and directs go, we fight some of the same battles with direct. I recall back in my controlling days, FedEx specifically made a request, please do not shortcut our aircraft because they operate on the mid-shift. Everybody's getting direct. All the military airspace is cold. And then they get to Memphis early and have to hold because everybody got there at the same time. So that was kind of eye-opening to me as a controller. And so we went through this education process. Don't give FedEx direct on the mid-shift. And everybody kind of got it. And once it was explained, that doesn't prevent the behavior during the day. The other education piece, which is kind of related to the altitudes, although I will say that it sounds as though you guys in some areas have gotten yourself into a pickle where when you proceduralize or optimize airspace for maximum operations, you end up eliminating flexibility. We see that mostly with arrival and departure procedures into congested airspace. It sounds like Maastricht has gotten themselves in that situation with vertical stratification of sectors. And that's just simply finding the sweet spot between capacity versus flexibility. We have some differences in the FAA in that we staff to peak traffic. So we always attempt to have enough controllers on hand to handle whatever Mother Nature throws at us. And that's a little different business model. Not that we're always successful at that, but that's what we strive to do. But we do have a situation that's very intriguing in that in going into Florida, oftentimes we will have to institute an airspace flow program, which is much like a ground delay program, but it's for a piece of airspace. The low altitude sectors in Jacksonville Center have capacity. Oftentimes it's pure volume driven and not associated with weather. Other times it's associated with weather. When it's pure volume, we will put the floor of that airspace flow program at the top of the low altitude sector airspace. That gives short haul flights from Atlanta and Charlotte going down to South Florida the opportunity to fly underneath the constrained airspace. We ran into this very same problems of pilots and controllers saying, I don't want to fly for an hour and a half at flight level 220. I'm going to go higher. Hey, can I have higher? Sure, you can have higher. Why are you down there anyway? It took years of education to get to the point where not only education, but also feedback on, hey, airline X, Y, and Z, you guys had 4 flights, 10 flights, 20 flights this day where your pilots asked for higher and they got it. And that same feedback to the controllers is consistent education to finally we've reached the point where we reliably can take advantage of that low altitude airspace and keep the higher altitude airspaces under control. So it's just simply education, 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 education.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the alternative view. And I think we've got ourselves into a bit of a pickle, could perhaps be a new slogan for the network. Okay, thank you very much indeed. We're now actually at the end of our time, but I do just want to give our panelists 1 minute only, and that means you, Chris, 1 minute only, starting with Slavi, just to give a quick summary.
Yeah, it's difficult to keep now 1 minute, but okay, we'll try to be politicians, you know. I think in the end of the day, there is a light in the tunnel. And misunderstanding that the shortcut or deviation from the flight plan due to safety reason is no. This is completely wrong assumption. And in Maastricht or whoever center needs, due to separation, to go away from the flight plan, of course. This is your duty, of course. But we're talking what Holger said. If you don't have anything to do with this flight, let him fly. Don't ask him anything. And this is our, you know, myself as well, when I was on the radar, as well, like, you know, you want to give him something. Yes, that's true, but you don't think about the sector further. And then we have the same, we have flight level cap here as well. And then we do it. The problem is exactly the same. That educational, but you talk to the controllers, you talk to the pilot, it's very difficult to stay in this level. It's exactly Maastricht to avoid people go into the Maastricht sector because it's so busy. We keep them below flight level 240. Yes, sometimes they go up. That's true. But overall, I see that there is a discussion in Karlsruhe. There is discussion between the airlines, British Airways and KLM and others, that they understand and they're supportive in the global improve. Yeah. So the NM, the network itself, to be improved. So that's actually my closing.
Thank you, Slavi. You've taken Anita's minute, but okay. Anita.
And a final short statements anyway. Thank you, Slavi. Thank you all the participants for this lively discussion. I really appreciate it. And I also like to say it in Holger's words. Let's start with the basic cases and do what we can do at our best. And then we'll see how the statistics will look in 1 year. Maybe we're down to 50%, maybe we're down to 40, whatever it is. We'll see.
Thank you. Thank you very much indeed. Chris?
Okay. I think we need to get away from this flight plan bingo that I call it. It's a game. The airlines will sit there, they'll reroute wherever they can, corroding a lot of unpredictability to the network. The network is so crowded now. I think what airlines are crying out for is more management. We need to be told what you want us to do, which is going to be the best solution than everyone playing this bingo game day in, day out. And I think that's the road you need to go down.
Thank you. And Charlotte?
Yeah, I probably agree with Chris actually, but I think it's been really nice to hear perspectives from around the room. And I think there's a culmination of challenges, and mine was very specific in terms of flight level adherence. But listening to Holger, you still there? Listening to Holger and listening to the other ANSPs, there are things that we can do to work together. And whilst my example is specific, we can do it about the other challenges that we have. And everyone's perspectives matter. So I'm hoping that in future we can work together to harmonise those other bits. But thank you.
Beautifully put, Charlotte. Thank you very much indeed. And I'm not going to add anything to that other than to say thank you so much to the panelists, especially to Chris for doing it at the last minute. But thank you very much for taking the time to present your cases. Thank you very much to everybody here, particularly seeing as this was our last session. And that's not always easy, but the participation was fantastic. Much appreciated. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that, Chris. So we've come to the last agenda point with the conclusions and takeaways. And Tony will start with the takeaways from today's 3 sessions.
Thank you, Ken. I will not dare to summarize the just past session because it's vivid to us, and I'll not come close to any RAD or TOS or whatever schemes. So maybe just a quick few bullet points on the priorities on prioritizing first rotation. Sorry, Chris, you had more number of slides than Stephen. So I don't know if many of you have observed, but yesterday in the afternoon, I was looking at the number of slides, and before closing, we had 240 slides, which throw it at you yesterday. But today, all the teams, you did incredible well, very few slides in the afternoon, incredible interacting sessions. So also on realistic schedules, including turnaround times. But on prioritizing first rotation, this is Act 1 of the daily network, Bullet in the Sky, an open interactive session with only 6 slides in return for participation. We see the tremendous effect in the network with all stakeholders from 2023 carrying into 2024 to prioritize first rotation. We are all together now in this and must continue to think network. In many areas, we are not helping ourselves and must spend more time pre-tactically setting up for success. Early morning arrivals from out of the area do cause issues in the punctual departure of first wave, and greater worldwide connectivity, inter-area data exchange and collaboration is key. In the short term, more airport focus in and to the network, more coordination and more effort into supporting the pre-tactical plan. And the realistic schedules, including turnaround times, key for accurate and efficient planning for the network, including adequate planning of resources, leading to smooth operation used intensively for the rolling knob. Complex process, many traffic planning elements to take into account to build the schedule. Need to find the right balance between risk of early arrivals / risk delays, but the recover of some of the delays. And finally, last but not least, integrate the results of post-operation analysis for improved plans. And that was the session with Stephanie. So I think we, in summary, more or less, will put these bullet points together with Ken and put them together where we publish the recordings and the slides. And I pass it to Ken to summarize day 1. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Tony. So yesterday, the first session was on delivering agreed capacities, where we spoke about that we have been doing a solid preparation for summer 2024 with excellent contributions for operational stakeholders. And that the main challenges for summer 24 will be continued high traffic growth on Southeast and Southwest axis, staff shortages, the impact of the war in Ukraine as well. Now, best practices are available in terms of staff availability and rostering, support tools, airspace changes, and they need to be further exploited through operational excellence. And another takeaway was that future INM evolution need to include the examples of the ATC support tools provided by the various NSPs. So that's for the delivered agreed capacities. Then we spoke about adverse weather management. And here conclusion was that the main important aspects for our current procedure evolution are to further develop a common network forecast, should be accurate, granular, and continuous. And for that, meteorological data should be provided in a homogeneous manner, which is very difficult today due to the existing fragmentation. Also to develop a network approach with a network manager taking the lead and develop the playbook concept. So that was our takeaways from there. At the last session was the harmonized operational use of datalink yesterday, where we conclude there is a positive trend over the past years in terms of equipage, both air and ground, usage and harmonizations, leading to initial operational benefits. But more is required, and there is a clear to-do list for all different actors to improve a harmonized, improved operational usage. We're talking about logon of the use, the file correctly, equipment, report, and so on and so on. But most important, let's all use datalink to the maximum during coming summer to get further benefits when they are most needed. So that concludes that session. And before I hand over to our Director of Network Management, Jacopo here, we also had the tours, which I think were very popular, and they were well subscribed on over our new upstream. So it was great having the opportunity to give you all a chance to have a peek at that. We also had our exhibition here. If we can put back maybe the presentation, there is a QR code there for a survey, which is very important to us because we want to improve continuously also for this. Now, my first user forum I attended was exactly 24 years ago. And this one here was much better. And I think that actually it improves from year to year. And I especially like the concept with less slides of today, I must say. I think that's maybe a way to explore further. But maybe you don't agree with me. That we will see through the survey. So please all fill it out and let's have an even more better or even better one next year. With that, I hand over to our director, Jacopo Prisinotti, to say a few words.
So, good afternoon. So now you understand who doesn't work in the network manager, which is me, because I just come to say good morning and goodbye. Jokes apart, I think I've been reported that you had 2 very intense days of work, and I'm happy to hear that. And please challenge us. We'll make a survey, if I'm not wrong, as well as usual. Challenge us how we can do better. We're always here with this culture of continuous improvement that we want to do. I know that you now have your brains with 0 bits left after those intense discussions. So I will just say to have a safe travel back and really thank you again for the very constructive, direct and straightforward discussions, which will help the network manager to build with you possibly as much a successful summer 2024 as possible. So thank you very much again. And I really encourage you to be challenging us as much as possible. Thank you.
And only one last thing then before we let you go, and that is I would like you to join me in a big thank you to our user forum general, Guido, back there, and all his team. Thank you. Hope to see you again next year.
Thank you.